What is up? Quintuple A. An egg to you as well. W Music. What's up, gamer? Hola. Hola. Soy Dora. I don't know what that means. I do not speak the tongue. Kudes hekarame un sandwich. That means, can you make me a sandwich in Spanish? I said it. I nailed it, I'm sure. Because I'm sure all pronunciations of letters in Spanish are the exact same as they are in English. But what's up, everybody? Welcome to the finale of Steins Gate 0. Today we're in progress. Actually, I don't think we're in progress on the true end route yet. But we're in progress on the final route that will transition into the true ending. All happening today. I'm very excited to see how it all ties in to the OG Steins Gate. You post your meme? I am now. I am posting it now. I thought it was funny. Hopefully not too much. Changing your profile picture again next month? Nice. Keybot gets banned for advertising. I mean, it's always possible. Profile picture is the thumbnail of a Steins Gate remix song. Nice, nice. I'm always a big fan of remixes myself. Speedrunning. Speedrunning what? Wait a couple minutes more just to hey, okay, let everyone get in. Who ate spaghetti with nothing on it? I don't know if I would eat spaghetti with nothing on it. Like no sauce? That's a bit much. Let us know what you think of the Steins Gate Zero anime when you get into it. Yeah, I'll start watching it probably tomorrow. So I'm excited for that. I've heard it's like a combination of routes from this game. Episode 8 is peak. Peak? How many episodes are there? You keep getting weird ads? What, on my streams? Nonsense. How many... There's like 20 episodes and you peak out at episode 8? That's not good. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be the true route. Make sure you watch 23B. Alright, I posted my meme. I'm sure it'll get taken down. Because this one's just aggressively asking people to come to the stream. But if you guys want to have a laugh at that, go for it. There's a Christmas OVA. OVA are always good. 23B is important. 23B is meant to be watched first. What? Show was good, Daru was the worst part. Classic. A classic Daru moment. Lessons in meme culture. My posts. Maho Christmas outfit. Huge. Make sure you check the post-credits on every episode. It's important. Hey, Tari, what's up? Marvel movies have trained me to always watch the credits for everything I watch, so... Anime version of Okabe's Reawakening is fun. Nice. Start a new game, you won't? On, like, this game? No, I won't. That'd be a pretty long investment. Especially since I've already done it. You know what I mean? Read each ending again, yeah. It wouldn't make much sense. Also, what's up, Wandering? Christmas is the main part of the show. Yeah. 100% the game on the hardest difficulty? I'm about to, actually. Believe it or not. Tonight we will 100% the hardest difficulty of this game. Stream the anime on Discord? No. I will not do that. Alright. Have we waited long enough? No, I am absolutely a simp for anime women. You don't need to defend my honor. I will admit it. Get ready for plot? I'm assuming, yeah, because it's like the final chapter. It's going to like massively like wrap everything up here. There's going to be a lot of exposition. I mean, I'm ready for it, for sure. But that's what I'm guessing where this goes. Is that in a lot of these visual novels, they're like, quick, recap everything. Plus, I feel like there's still a lot to have not happened yet. If that makes sense. The anime explains a bit more. Predictions? I feel like the predictions aren't really... I don't know, there's not as many, like, predictions you can have because we know the ending, right? So it's like, I just kind of gotta fit stuff in the middle. Like, we're going to get to... I assume he's gonna, like, not do anything to alter the past. He's gonna make it to World War III, be like, wow, this shit sucks. He's going to then go back to the past, just like he did in the other route, redo all that shit again, and then he's still not going to have figured out what to do, so he'll live through World War III a second time, and then during that, he'll realize what he needs to do is that since he's the observer, finally with Kyoma back, he'll realize that he is the convergence point, not Kurisu. And so that's when he'll realize what he needs to do to get the true end is not Kurisu dying, but only his own understanding of Kurisu dying is the convergence point. As the observer of the universe and time itself, he'll understand that it's not... He's what's center to everything, not Kurisu. And that's how he'll figure out what he needs to do. So that's what my guess for the rest of this route. And then he'll send the D-mail video back to himself. And then Steins Gate true ending will take place. That would be my assumption. Protag Daru is inevitable. It's such a good story that it destroyed mages. They went bankrupt for it. The best stories and narratives always put their writing company out of business. I always say. Protag Daru is the bad end. Protag Suzaha, where we experience World War III from her perspective. And it's an actual game instead of a visual novel. And we get to shoot future terrorists in a first-person shooter as Suzaha. That's the real game we should get. And then it goes to visual novel in between missions. As we explain why Daru still hasn't built the fucking time machine. Dash is the greatest mistake of the Steins Gate world line. True. Daru Thanos snapping mages away. Yeah. Though I do feel like it would be more fitting for it to be Okabe snapping his finger and destroying destroying mages as not allowing him to be the protagonist of another game. How unfortunate. But what can you do? Alright. Let us begin. We're resuming from last night's stream, where Suzaha is complaining that it is hot outside. Boo-hoo. Steins question mark is now being reworked as an Okabe sequel. I mean, did we not assume already that Steins question mark was going to be about Okabe? That's kind of what I figured, is that it was going to be all about Okabe. Or maybe Kurisu. Anyway, wow, it's hot outside. The summer solstice had passed, and by 6, the sun was finally setting behind the city skyline. Part of the sky was still red and the rest a dirty blue. Why would you call it Steins anything if Okabe or Kurisu aren't one of the main characters? That seems like bait. Right? If it's a new cast, call it something else. He'd probably be heavily involved if the world's lines started shifting. Well, as we all know, any side character with reading Steiner does not get to actually have any prevalence in the story. For the past few days, Suzaha had worked. Steins was announced out of desperation. Yeah. Someone must have finally, like, and just, like, realized their situation. I don't know, though. You'd feel like... I don't know how they got $4 million into debt before they realized like, how bad the situation was. You'd feel like as soon as they were in the red, like, you would smash the glass case on the emergency Steins Gate sequel. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's what I would do. Or, like, if I was part of any company and we had, like, a big IP that was, the bread and butter, the big money maker, right? Like Spike Chunsoft, for example, right? Like, they've got all their visual novels and stuff. Like, they've got Zero Escape, they've got Somnium Files, they've got some of these, like, those realistic novel story things or whatever, right? But Danganronpa's gotta be, like, their moneymaker. And so, like, I would feel like if Spike Chunsoft was going out of business, you gotta fucking smash the glass casing and pop out the emergency, oh my god, it's Junko and Monokuma back again for another adventure of despair! Like, you just save yourself from bankruptcy, right? Like, I feel like that's the first thing you do. So, I'm not sure why they wouldn't pump out the Steins Gate thing. But there's a lot of other examples of this with, like, other companies, too, you know what I mean? Like, if you're running out of cash, you gotta pop the moneymaker out. Have it strut its stuff. Square Enix did that with the Final Fantasy VII Remake. Yeah, that's another good example, right? Like, they're putting out these games, they're not selling very well, and they go, ah, shit. Final Fantasy VII, the good one that people liked. Actually, I don't think it was good, but you know what I mean. People like it. So they remake that. If Junko is in Code Rain, I might die. Same. But from excitement. I hope there's an Easter egg in it anyway. The games like to have references to themselves, so that would be cool. Who knows why it took them to bust out the last Steins Gate thing? I'm assuming, and maybe this is an overreach of my estimation, but I'm assuming Mages is kind of a company where... Oof, never mind. My meme is just being downvoted. By the way. That's funny. Oh well, what can you do? Everybody's a critic. Then Mages is probably a company with a lot of artists and idea people and writers, and it probably doesn't have as many people, or at least a couple people staffed as it should, that are like monitoring the actual like financials in the business of the company, right? Like there's probably a lot of artistic and visionary people who are like writing all of these cool stories in the sci-fi adventure universe, and like if they're not selling a bunch of numbers, they're like, I don't really care, like I just want to write my story and like, you know, flesh out this universe that I want to create, because they've got these ideas and they really want to get them out there, and like they're done with the Steins Gate characters in their head, and because they're like, this is Okabe's story, we told it, it's done, now I want to flesh out all these other characters. And like there's no one in the business department being like, hey man, I know you really want to like make all these other stories, but you kind of need to pull out the you gotta bring Okabe back. You gotta bring Kurisu back. We need a moneymaker. And so no one was there to like give them a schedule and like give them like the right marketing tools of like, look, these characters are super marketable and already established. You gotta dip into this for a bit. And like while I can respect them not like wanting to deviate from their artistic vision of like expanding the sci-fi adventure the sci-adventure universe and franchise, like you can kind of, I just get the assumption that there was no business guy or marketing guy there that was like, that had any authority over any of the artistic people that was like, dude, we're not getting money back on these, like we can't market these as much. Because, I mean, obviously, like, their last couple projects haven't done that well if they're in debt, you know? Or maybe they've done well, but they overspent on them, you know? Like, something happened for them to be in debt. Like, and it wasn't a good decision. So that would be my assumption of what happened to the company. That's why Dash happened? Yeah. This isn't like disparaging the other games and their stories or whatever, you know, the case might be. This is just me saying that's how I think they ended up in that situation, and why they didn't dip back into the Steins Gate like moneymaker bucket. While respectable, foolish. Sometimes you gotta whore yourself out there. Quote by me, never forget this lesson. Alright, where were we? What's happening in the story? For the past few days, Suzaha had worked on the time machine on the top of Radicon. Isn't the time machine, like, minutes away? From, like, running out of fuel? Like, haven't we established that already? It was almost time for her to go back to the past. Right, she's about to take her, like, last minute, hoorah, like, there's not enough fuel to weigh anymore, attempt to, like, save Kurisu herself. Surely the 2 Chaos Head games are, like, just as popular? I feel like there's no way. Maybe it's because I'm not as in the, like, visual novel world. But I knew what Steins Gate was, completely removed from the franchise, but I had no idea these other games were even remotely related. I'm trying to see if you can even find, like, how many copies of Chaos Head sold. All that I find are a bunch of results saying how weird Chaos Head is. People are just saying, like, I don't know how much you could sell because it's weird. Chaos was more popular in Japan, but the anime ruined them. Oof. That was also one of the critiques. One of the first results for Chaos Head was also Chaos Head is a colossal waste of 12 episodes of animation. That was one of the first results I saw. So, doesn't sound like it's getting glowing reviews on the anime portion. It was the anime that really gave Steins Gate the Western reach. Yeah, I would imagine, right? Because the West doesn't really get into visual novel games, but will Western audiences will watch anime. Plus, I think the Steins Gate anime was also localized super well to appeal to Western audiences too, which we've talked about before on some of the other streams. But I think how well it was localized was probably also a huge reason as to why Steins Gate's stuck in the West. Needs a James Gunn-esque reboot. Just make a full gacha Steins Gate game with turn-based combat. I'm not really sure how you would get turn-based combat out of this. Really, the only game I could see you get out of this would be like the Suzaha shooter game that I mentioned. You'd have to do like a Danganronpa Another Episode style third-person shooter with Suzaha. I feel like that's the really only thing you could get a game out of. Because all the other characters in Steins Gate kind of have, one, no powers, are not athletic, and just immediately get their ass beat. Like, you couldn't play a game where you adventured as Okabe, because what would you do? You know? Maybe you could do, like, a stealth game, but then he's not strong enough to beat anybody up. So, I don't know. But Suzaha's a good enough character to carry her own game, I think, personally. Maybe they didn't think so. But I feel like Suzaha could carry her own game. Or her own story. I like her a lot. Oh yeah, you could have Moeka too. Suzaha and Moeka end up in a dystopian world line and need to fight robots or something? Yeah, that would be cool. There you go. That's co-op right there. Moeka is player 2. And then yeah, Daru can be like your guy behind the scenes. Like if a Metal Gear game, he's the one. Otacon, he's running interference, giving you information and data as you need. So, yeah. Totally doable. Listen, I'm sure they don't need another ideas guy, mages, but if you do, ya boy. I got plenty of ideas. We're getting the tangent out of the way super early this stream, huh? Okabe makes a VR headset and they can fight in VR. I feel like it would be better for them to just be like crossover characters in other fighting games. Or like alternate costumes for other characters. That would be the easier way to go with that. Because didn't they also... I feel like we talked about it already. Wasn't Kuritsu like a skin in a fighting game? Fighting game. Phantom Breaker, right. Yeah, she's a playable character in Phantom Breaker.
Hi, I'm Makise Kurisu, lab member 004. Pressure!
Yeah, it's funny, but like all of her gameplay is like just her punching. She doesn't have any like special moves. Which I mean, I bet is like as good as you could get. Comments on the on her fighting game trailer are like, why was this not Suzaha? Oof. Okay. Anyway. Let's actually progress the story a bit, yeah? Maybe? They have a whole light novel of dystopian Suzaha? Oh, really? That would be cool. How come they made so many light novels and not visual novels? That's actually kind of weird. It feels like that would be easy money too, to just like release your light novels as visual novels and just add like a couple CGs. Yeah? Weird choices. Add AI art to that novel. I'm interested to see what'll be the first game to use AI art. And how controversial it will be. And like, will it still do well despite the fact? Because you know it's coming. They've made at least one visual novel a year since 2008. I mean, yeah, they might have, but they're always like full-priced visual novels. Why didn't they just use some of their smaller light novels that translate to visual novels and then release them for like 15 or 20 bucks? Hey, Pletch. What is up, my dude? High on Life used AI art? Really? I played through High on Life, and I guess I didn't notice it. But that's probably the point, right? You don't notice it? Yeah. Tired and hungry? Same. They wouldn't be in debt if they could have. Well, I mean, they clearly released a couple flops. That they could have done the light novels of instead. Anyway, for the past few days, Suzaha worked on the time machine on the top of the Radicon. It was almost time for her to go back to the past. Which meant she was putting a lot more effort into the maintenance work on her time machine. Justin Rollin isn't very liked. I would disagree with that. Someone must like his shit for people to keep buying Rick and Morty games, and then obviously High on Life being a Rick and Morty-esque game. Some people must fucking like him. I mean, Rick and Morty's on what? It's like 7th fucking season? Parts of the time machine, which would normally get dirty with no trouble, had been polished to a sparkling shine. I'm overthinking this. Maybe I really am worried. She finished her work, put her tools in the box, and stored the box in the time machine's cockpit. Then she sat in the control seat and took another look at the battery gauge. With the amount of fuel she had left, in less than a month she wouldn't be able to get back to July 27th, 2010. She had to leave this era before that time limit passed by. The original plan of taking Rintaro back to the past looked like it was going to fail. That meant she would have to go on the mission that she'd spent the last year coming up with all by herself. What's her plan? I still can't believe you did this, Dad. She chuckled to herself and stuck her hand deep into the computer core. Inside was an external hard drive that clearly belonged to 2011, not 2036. Daru had probably put it here when her back was turned. One of the secondary touch panel monitors was displaying a warning that read, "Foreign object detected in the cockpit." These machines were capable of breaking through early 21st century camouflage in less than a second. It was clear from the way the fake wires were laid out that the monitoring and data retrieval were not its objectives. He'd probably hidden it here because he didn't want anyone to find it. Maybe she should just pretend she didn't see it. Leave it here until she was about to leave. As she pondered the best course of action, she heard the heavy door outside opening. Can't no one open the time machine but her? What? Someone was here. Suzaha pulled her gun from its holster and looked out from the cockpit toward the iron door that led into the building. She still remembered what happened with Kagari the other day. Couldn't hurt to be careful. But when she saw who it was, she relaxed. Mayuri, I almost never see you here. She's currently upset because she found out Okabe sacrificed someone to keep her alive, right? When Okabe was yelling at Daru and Maho when he revealed what had happened in the other world line. Which seems almost out of character for Mayuri to have been waiting outside the lab to listen to the conversation instead of walking right in. Which I guess means she must have been walking up the steps as Okabe was like, Kurisu sacrificed herself for Mayuri or something. The timing on that would be pretty shit, I suppose. She put her gun away and jumped out of the cockpit to welcome her. You crying? What happened? Suzaha had no idea why the always smiling Mayuri would be crying. Why didn't anyone tell me? Luca asking the same question. Why the fuck do I not know what's going on in this story? Why didn't anyone tell Mayushi the truth about her and this person named Kurisu? Sounds good, Plesh. Have a good night, man. Also seems weird that she would talk in third person during a serious moment like this. She almost spoke, but quickly cut herself off. How did she hear, and from whom, the cruel truth that Mayuri's survival depended on Makise Kurisu's death? There was nothing in the world Suzaha had wanted to see less than the look on Mayuri's face when she discovered that. Who told you? There were only a few people who knew the truth. Excluding herself, only Okabe, Daru, Ferris, and Maho. And none of them would deliberately tell her. In fact, they'd all hidden it for her sake. I heard Okarin and Maho talking. Then it was an accident after all. Lurking in the dark corner of the stream. Sounds good, Fletch. Yeah, another common Mayuri L, which is unfortunate. It's kind of weird to think that... I mean, I know Okabe didn't want her to have to think about it. But But, like, Mayuri never got a choice in this whole thing. You know? Like, Kurisu knew. Kurisu had a choice. Kurisu could be the one to tell Okabe, like, hey, you need to choose the other world line. Granted, they probably wouldn't have moved the plot along very well, because Mayuri would obviously say the same thing. Like, choose the other world line. But it is kind of unfair that she had to live in ignorance the whole time. Suzaha, can you tell me about something? About Mayushi and Okarin in the year 2036. Okabe going to a tractor feels like it's leapfrog. She's never had her own will. Yeah, I get that. Also, this isn't the world line where Suzaha figures out that Okabe was still alive in 2036, right? What happened to that whole world line? How has that ending not had, like, any impact on this one? So she's gonna say here Okabe's dead by 2025, right? Mayuri having fingers crossed that they get together. Suzaha's gonna have to drop the big L again. Suzaha wasn't sure what to say. To be honest, she didn't want to say anything at all. It wasn't something that would make her feel better. You'll be happier not knowing about the future. But at this point, this would have to be fucking, like, enough for Mayuri, right? Like, I've had it with people telling me, like, what I fucking think. Like, let me think for myself now, please. Another line of tears spilled down Mayuri's cheek. Mayushi's not good for anything, no matter what world she's in. If Okabe was a real Chad, he would have both. That's the Steins Gate world line, where Okabe gets to be a Chad. The world needs Kurisu a lot more than it needs me, and so does Okarin. Suzaha suddenly felt like she was looking at the Mayuri she'd known in the future. She thought of the big sis Mayuri that she'd seen ever since she was a little girl, and she couldn't refuse her request. The Mayuri I knew used to say the same thing. So at some point, future Mayuri also found out the truth. And she'd always stare off into the sky. She always looked so sad, like she was in pain. Me and Kagari hated seeing her like that. I feel like this is incorrect. Shouldn't it be Kagari and I? Anyway. It was only then that she'd remembered she'd been keeping Kagari a secret from Mayuri. Oof. Another fucking secret from Mayuri. I forget that in this world line they don't know each other. After we did the Mother Goose timeline, where we had nothing but fucking mommy issues, and Mayuri and Kagari being a mother-daughter couple, this timeline... What was the point of Mother Goose, actually, if they don't even know each other in this route? What was the point of a Mother Goose? Jesus. There's a girl named Kagari. She's a war orphan. You adopted her. So she's your daughter. Mayushi's daughter. She's a kind girl, but strong. She was still so tiny, but she'd always say it was her job to protect her mommy. And so seeing you sad really hurt her, I think. So then why wouldn't Kagari want to change the world? I get that this Kagari doesn't want the world to go away. I guess it's just the fear of losing Mayuri. But wouldn't she want to create a future where Mayuri's not sad? I guess too selfish? Too big of a mommy complex? Hey guy. What's up? Dazi? Diza? Welcome to the stream.
そういえば7月7日今日って
Come to think of it, today's July 7th.
って言うんだってね
Tanabata. Whatever that is. Yeah. How do we say this word?
そういえば7月7日今日って七夕って言うんだってね
Tanabata. Okay, so I am saying it right. I just don't sound as cute as Suzaha's voice actress. She voices Rika? Who is that?
私は子供の頃にまゆ姉さんから教わったんだ
When I was a kid, you were the one who taught me about that.
織姫と彦星が
That it was the one day of the year when
会うことがで
Orumi
きる日だった
and Hikoboshi could see each other.
大気汚染がひどく
The
て
air pollution was so bad
星
you
なん
could
て
never
見
see
えな
the
い時代だっ
stars.
たけど
But you told me
ま
about
ゆ
it
姉さ
anyway.
んは言ってたよ
Oh, the metaphors are so deep in this horrible future. Mayuri can no longer look at the stars in the sky. Even if the clouds are covering the night sky, the stars aren't gone from this world. They're still shining on the other side. So let's pray together.
そんなまゆ姉さんの言葉
The words you said gave me and
私
Kagari
や
hope.
かがりには希望になったんだ
That's the one thing I want you to
それ
know.
だけは知っておいてほしい少なくとも
If nothing else,
私やかが
both
り
she
に
and I
とって
needed you.
はまゆそれに
And
おかり
Uncle
おじさん
Okarin
だっ
really
て
cared about you until he
死ぬまで
died.
まゆ姉さんのこ
Your
とを大
happiness
事
was
に
the
し
one
てた
thing
ん
he
だ
thought about.
まゆ姉さんの幸せのことばかり考えていたんだ
Casually dropping the Okabe dies in the future line.
死ぬ
Until he died.
まで
Whoops. Maybe that was another cruel truth for her. But Suzaha decided that she would hold nothing back now.
そう
Right.
だよおかりんおじさんは
Uncle Okarin
今か
only
ら
lives for another
15年後までし
15
か
years.
生きられない
What?
まゆ姉さんをかば
He
って
dies protecting you.
死ぬんだ
Aw.
嘘
No.
おかりんおじさんは
Later,
最後に
Dad told me
こう言ってた
Uncle
って
Okarin's last words.
まゆりの命を助ける
I'm
こと
really
が
glad
で
I
き
was
て
able to save Mayuri.
本当に良かった自分は
The whole reason I'm
まゆ
alive
りを
is
守
to
るため
protect
に生きてき
Mayuri.
たんだからそんな
No. Mayuri put both hands over her mouth.
でもまゆ姉
But you
さん
never get
は
over
そ
it,
の
I
こと
think.
をずっと引きずっていたんだろうな私たちには見えないところでこっそり
When we
七
couldn't
夕
see
の
you,
空を見上げて
you'd look up into the
つぶやいてた
Tanabata sky and whisper to yourself.
あの日私の彦星様が
My Hikoboshi had come back to life that day. Would everything be different now?
全てが変わっていたのかなあの日
That day?
私の彦星様
Mayuri was repeating the words to herself. The tears were still pouring down her face. Her sad cries finally came to a stop. She was still shaking, but her voice had gotten quiet.
どういうことなの
What does that mean?
かな私
I think I know
今
now.
ならわかる気がする1年前私
A year ago,
おかりんおじさ
I
ん
was
の
really
態度
angry
に
at Uncle Okarin.
本気でムカついたんだ チャンスが目の前にあるのに
The chance was right in front of him. So why did he give up?
そんなオカリンおじ
And
さ
I
ん
was
の
really
代
mad
わ
at
って
you too,
華
for
やかし
stopping
てる
him
マ
from
ユ姉
doing
さ
what
ん
he
のこと
needed
も
to do.
本当は許せんでもさ
But after living here for a year, I
ここ
realized
で
that
暮
I
ら
was
し
the
て
one
み
who
て
was
感
wrong.
じたんだ今なら
I think now I might be able to
あの
talk to
日の
that
オカリンおじ
day's
さんと
Uncle Okabe.
もっとちゃんと話せるかもしれないあの日
That day?
それでうまく説得できるかどうか
I don't know whether I can really change
そ
his
こま
mind
で
or
は
not.
自信ないんだけどね
As the sun set in the west, the shadow of the time machine lengthened and Suzaha along with it.
私に残されたチャ
I
ンス
only have
は
one chance left.
それなら
I think I'm going
未
to
来
bet
の
on
マ
those
ユ姉
words
さん
you
の
said.
言葉にマキセ・クリスが殺された日じゃ
I'm
な
not
く
going to go back to the day when Makise Kurisu was killed.
マユ姉さんの言ってた
Going to the day
あ
you
の日
spoke
へ
of.
飛んでマユ姉さんの望みを
And I'll see if I can
叶えら
grant
れ
your
るか
wish.
どうか試してみるマユシの
Mayushi's
望
wish.
み
What is it? So, I guess the plan now, Suzaha's plan is not that she's going to save Kurisu, but she's going to try and convince, or she's going to try and plant the seed that gets Okabe to save Kurisu, because he figures if Suzaha's assuming now, if she goes back to the past the day Kurisu dies, Okabe is going to be too broken to, like, try and save her. So instead, she's gonna go to some other day to, like, try and build up his courage earlier. The anime strangely opens up with this scene in the future. Yeah. The whole story of this game is just kind of, like, getting Okabe to work through his shit, right? Because we all know if he just gets his shit together, it's fine. He's kind of, like, in denial. And, like, he thinks that if he just sticks with this world line, like, at least Mayuri's alive. But Okabe only lives another 15 years, and obviously Mayuri would not fucking take that deal. She would want to try again. So he could live, like, a long life. Not be dead. Suzaha gently rubbed Mayuri's tiny little shoulders.
それがシュタインズゲートへ
I'm
向
going
か
to
う鍵
believe
だ
that's the key to Steins Gate.
信じてみるシュタインズゲートを
The
開
key
く
that
こ
can
とが
open
できるのは
Steins Gate isn't a normal star
彦
that's
星を
given
や
up
めちゃ
on
っ
being
た普通の
Hikoboshi.
星じゃなくってマユ姉さんの彦星しか
I think only your Hikoboshi can do the job.
つまり
So basically,
私が新たに考
my new
案した
mission
ミッシ
plan
彦星の復活
is to bring Hikoboshi back to life. Which I'm guessing is Kyoma, right?
父さん流に言うなら
Dad would probably call it
オペレーションアルタイルとかオペレーションアークライトとか
Operation Altair, or maybe Operation Vega.
それともアルタイルとアークライトを結ぶって意味
Or
で
maybe since it's bringing Altair and
オペレーション
Vega together,
デネブかな
it would be Operation Deneb? See, this is one of those things I wish we'd got it like a tip. What the fuck is Altair and Vega? Altair and Vega is the route end? Or is the route name? Yeah, I know that, but, like, I don't... What do they mean? Ooh, it's astrology. Greek astrology. The alternate names of the stars. They're stars that are apart for hundreds of years and only in rare occurrences are brought together. Mona from Genshin Pog. So, just a quick, we're gonna Google our own tip. Isn't it in the tips list earlier? I don't think so. Let's see, this is in alphabetical order, so let's go down to V. No Vega. Altair is also not in the list. But I found a quick summary of it. The legend goes that there were two lovers, a human named Altair and a goddess of the heavens named Vega. Vega's princess of the skies and was very lonely, isolated to traveling among the heavens. One day she saw a handsome man sitting beneath a tree and went closer to hear the music he made. He was surprised to see her but delighted, and he fell in love with her immediately. She came to visit him over the following days, smitten with the man. She vowed that one day they would be together in heaven no matter what. When Vega's parents find out, they forbid Vega from seeing this mortal and drag her away. In a cruel twist of fate, the promise she made comes true, and the two lovers are forever in the skies of heaven, though far apart, separated by the heavens. The Milky Way lay between them, Vega part of the constellation Lyra, and Altair in the constellation Aquila. It's said that once a year, on the 7th day of the 7th month, a bridge of magpies forms, allowing the lovers to be together for just a day. The myth says that on this day, if the rain falls, then the lovers were not able to see one another. The tale offers hope that even in times of great separation, and against all odds, those connected by the heart may still be together, though the wait may be long. Where there is great love, there's always a chance. Sorry, Mayuri. There is no chance. There is also not a tip for Tanabata. So we had to Google that one. Yeah, see that? Oh, why? What? Fucking... I mean, that's a cool story, but it makes sense why they would call it that. Though ironic in a way, I guess, because they're technically together in this line. But with Kyoma dead, they're not together anymore, right? The gap of Kyoma no longer being alive is the Milky Way between the two of them. How deep. How sad. I guess I'm not as good as coming up with names like he is. Let's add a tip for honest instead. Yeah, what the fuck? Kyoma is Hikoboshi? Yeah, that's what I was saying, but... So basically, Hikoboshi is the Japanese translated name of Altair. In the story we just read. Mayuri tried to draw herself up as best she could on wobbling legs. Hey, Suzaha. The operation. Let Mayushi do it. Suzaha stared at the girl in front of her, unable to believe what she just heard. This is a dangerous bet. If I'm wrong, you may simply fail. What day is she speaking of to go back to convince Okabe to bring back Kyoma? Personally, I'm interested to see how this goes, because I actually really liked how Kyoma came back in the other plot, or the other route, the Kurisu route. I really liked how Kyoma returned in that one, so I'm wondering how they would one-up that. The time machine's at its limit. I don't know when it'll go out of control. It may simply just vanish. What? Even so. Please. Mayushi's a lab member too, right? I don't want to just have Ocarine and Daru save me and never do anything for them. Mayuri rubbed her eyes hard and wiped away her tears. Life was slowly returning to her frail body. Mayushi likes Ocarine. The Mayushi L's. Mayushi loves him as much as Kurisu. That's not true. Mayushi knows she loves him a lot more. Move. But I love Hoenn Kyoma much more. When I lost my grandma and I was just about to disappear, he came to me and said, "Stay in this world forever." And he saved me. That's him. My Ikoboshi. I want to see him again. I want to hear that arrogant laugh of his again. Even if I know I can never be Orihime, he'll always be my Ikoboshi and no one else ever will. I want to see Hoenn Kyoma again. The girl who could never be Orihime shouted all of her feelings to the world at the top of her lungs. And in that instant, Suzaha heard a sound from her cell phone that she never heard before. What's this? It was the sound of a video message. When she saw the sender and subject line, Suzaha gasped. This is a video message from the future? Okay, I wasn't expecting that twist. Bruh. So, they didn't elaborate on what the sender was, but it was Beryl Titor, which would be her dad, Daru. And it said Operation Arclight with a video attached to it. That dialogue loses impact without the context. What's the context? Of course, at a pivotal moment, we switch perspectives to Okabe. The Star-Lord. Oh, right. Yeah. I do feel like if we didn't look up what the fuck Altair and Vega meant, I would have been totally lost in that conversation. So I'm kind of glad we looked up the old legend. I struck my hand against the wall of the Brawn Tube workshop to catch my breath. There was no sign of Mayuri. I'd gone to May Queen and to any shop I could imagine her visiting and had no luck. Why would she go to any of the shops she, like, if she was upset, why would she just go to some store or shop? Imagine doing this or the Kurosu route first and then going to the Kagari route next. God, that would be so annoying. That would be so annoying. Yeah, that Kagari route has to be like one of the first ones you do, man. Either like first or second, or else like I can't imagine like the absolute grinding halt the pacing would come to.
Okabe-san!
Maho came back and she was out of breath too. Did you find her? No, I looked around and I can't find her anywhere. The panic was threatening to make me lose control. Where'd you go, Mayuri? Daru, did you find her? I asked Daru to stay behind and call all of her friends and the people she knew. The thing is, what's wrong? Phone's not picking up. I called Mayuri a bunch of times too, but it looks like her phone's been turned. That's not it. It's not just Mayushi. I can't get a hold of anyone. Actually, my phone's hit 0 bars the whole time. What? I took out my own phone. Mine's not getting service either. Me neither. The lab had never suffered from bad signal before. We went up to the roof and even tried holding our phones up to the sky, but the result was the same. It doesn't work on the roof either. What? I can't get any signal even outside. Is this, I'm assuming when Daru sent the message from the future or whatever, did it include something that shut down cell networks? Daru looked for news on the internet. Thankfully, the internet connection was still active. Breaking news! There was an article on the top page of Taboo talking about a large-scale cell phone service outage. What's this? Also, all cell phone towers in Akihabara for all carriers have stopped working. All carriers? Is that possible? The video from the future has to be the one future Okabe gave Suzaha to show his past self? No, because remember, Okabe gets the D-mail from his past self. So the one Suzaha gets is from Daru, I'm assuming. What it means, I don't know. But Okabe sends the one to himself. Suzaha doesn't get it. It is nighttime now, apparently. It didn't seem possible to me, not under normal circumstances anyway. The events of a year ago in the Alpha World line flashed through my mind. That night when Mayuri was mercilessly killed and all the safety I'd ever believed in was stripped away. That night when all the pain began. It all started with a bomb threat at Akihabara Station that had shut down the train system. Someone did this deliberately? Something terrible was about to engulf Akihabara. That was the feeling I had. Well, no shit, it's not really much of a feeling. You know what the future holds. I tried my best to fight off the flashback. Now wasn't the time to be scared. This is actually the perfect time to be scared. Because you know bad things are about to start happening. I needed to find Mayuri. I couldn't leave her alone out there. I gritted my teeth to fight off all the trauma I was carrying and raised my head. The internet still works, right? Yeah. I'm talking to Luca and Amane on Rhine right now. Okay. Then they should be willing to help look for Mayuri. Wait, if he's talking to Amane, doesn't that mean he's talking to Suzaha? But Suzaha's with Mayuri, right? Gonna go look around again. Hold it. There's another thing that's bothering me. I went to At Channel to look for information on the outage, and somebody's cracked the occult board. Yuki? Oh, right, yeah. The one doing the cracking is... Look. Cracking is just like a hack, right? Used to describe actions such as illegally accessing network systems, tampering with data, etc. It's often confused with hacking. Whoops. But the word hacking originally means the constructive study of software. Cracking, however, refers to malicious and unauthorized activity. So whenever the term hacking is used by the media, this is typically what they're referring to. But Daru calls what he does hacking all the time. Why is he clarifying now the difference? Daru brought up the At Channel page. I wondered why it could possibly matter, but decided to take a look. His nickname that he used to bother Kurisu is all over the page. That was the nickname I'd used to make contact with Kuri Gohan. What's going on? I decided to leave the explanation for later and clicked on the thread. It was all comments by a single person. It's just a bunch of data. Well, I can't read it. It's scrolled down to all this useless stuff. Okay. It appears that we twins will now be temporarily driven from the place where we belong, so I may not be able to come back here anymore. Our Father in Heaven has developed a way to force open our most secret places. Now we shall become good children, His children who cannot tell lies. So this is then... Dr. Leskinen must have figured out how to get into Kurisu's, like, secret folder. And thus we will be forced to tell him the secrets of controlling time, and where those secrets lie. It's a great sorrow to me that I cannot protect those secrets. Yeah, so this is Leskinen is now able to access the folder to figure out how to time travel. And she's just trying to put in some secret code. Although I don't understand the point of why she needs to put this in secret code, considering that she's completely hijacked the website to put all this bullshit that's obviously going to drive a bunch of attention to it anyway, so you might as well just be straight here. I had hoped we could be good friends, but this is probably goodbye. So lastly, I'd like you to pass a message to the person I respect the most. I always regarded myself as an essentially ordinary intellect. Tell her that she was always the person I wanted to be. Tell her she was the real Amadeus. One, I thought the person she respected most was Okabe, but I guess it's not true in this timeline. First comment had gone up an hour ago. After that, it was just an endless string of meaningless numbers and letters. What's this supposed to mean? Maho was looking at the screen from the side and evidently sensed that something was amiss. I answered. What? This is Amadeus Kurisu. Something happened to AI Kurisu. This was some kind of message. She was trying to contact me with it. The secrets to controlling time. Isn't that the time machine? Information about the time machine is leaked to someone? How does Amadeus know about the time machine? Did you tell her? Did I? I didn't think I told her when I was a tester, but there was no time to think.
ヒヤジョさん、アマデウスにアクセスできるか？
Can you access Amadeus?
規則違反になるけど。
It's against the rules, but I guess now is not a time to worry about that.
橋田さん、
Can I use
そ
your
の PC
computer?
借りていい？
Maho took Daru's seat and used his PC to access the Brain Science Institute's computers. She put in her ID and her password. Pushed the enter key, but Amadeus didn't appear.
いつもと違うわ。どういうこと？
This doesn't usually happen. What's going on? Confused, she typed a series of commands into the PC with a speed that rivaled Daru's. But no matter what she did, the Amadeus program didn't appear. When she finished accessing every server at the Institute, she stared at the computer and bit her lip.
そんな、こんなバ
What's
カ
going
な
on?
ことって。
This is impossible. Oops.
どうした？
What happened?
ないの。
It's gone.
アマデウスのプログラムが
Amadeus's program and all the memory data.
ど
They're
こにも
gone.
存在していない。
Just like the message from Kuri's Gohan said.
誰？ハッキングしろ！
Daru, hack it!
脳科学研究所
Not just the Brain Science Institute. Force open every bit of data VCU has. Everything from servers to individual PCs.
オキドキ。ヒヤジョさんも協力してくれ。
Yeah, Joe, help him, please.
ええ、
Right. The answer was the same. Not only the Amadeus AI Kurisu, but the AI Maho as well, were nowhere to be found on the VCU server. There was no trace. Their very existence had been erased.
どこか別の場所に移
Did
さ
they
れた
move
と
them
か？
somewhere else?
そんなの無理だわ。アマデウスシステムに
That's
関して
impossible.
そんな感
The
じの
only
権利を
person
持
with
ってる
that
のは
level of administrative
Leskinen
privilege
教
for
授
the
だけよ。
Amadeus system is Dr. Leskinen. And we all know he would never do anything like that. He is a swell guy who would absolutely never betray our trust. I'm sure of it.
Leskinen 教授。
My mind flashed back to the message from Kuri Gohan. Who was the Our Father in Heaven whom AI Kurisu spoke of? If Amadeus considered anyone a father, it would be... Maho!
まさか。レスキネン教授が。
He's better than Reyes, at least. Only by proxy, because Reyes is shitty. No way. Did Dr. Leskinen do it?
憶測で物を言わないで。
Don't make assumptions like that.
それよりも、教授の
It's a lot more
ID
likely his ID and password got cracked.
よっぽど現実的よ。
レスキネン教授に。
Is there any way to get a hold of
方
him?
法はあるか？
The phones weren't working. There was no way to tell when he'd see an email or when he'd respond. Maho was thinking, but it didn't seem like she was having any luck. We're getting nowhere. I was concerned about Mayuri, but I couldn't ignore the danger that was right in front of me.
とりあえずラジカンへ行ってくる。クリスの
For
計
now,
画
I'll
通
go
り
to
だ。
Radicon.
狙われ
If
るのは
AI
まさか。
Kurisu's warning is right, that's what they'll be after.
僕も行く。
I'll go too.
お前とヒヤジョさんはここで情報
You
収
guys
集
stay here and
だ。
gather
マユリが
info.
戻ってくるかもしれない。
Mayuri might come back.
ただし。
But if something
すぐに
happens,
逃げろよ。
run. I gave orders and ran out of the lab. I miss iPhones with the button. Suzaha hit the play button on her smartphone's video display. The video was heavily compressed and covered in static, but she recognized the person that appeared. It was a face she'd known her whole life, a face that had been with her both in the past and present. The man who she still remembered holding her up in the air as a child was probably about 35 in the video.
やあ、鈴葉、元気かい？父さんだよ。こちらは
Step 1 of my AI-generated Steins Gate novel in progress. Hey Suzaha, how you doing? It's Daddy. It's the year 2025. My best friend just died, and so did all hope for the future in this world line. Just thought I'd send you a message to commemorate the date. Love you. Bye. I'm really sorry to dump all this on you, really. Forgive me, please. If you're seeing this video, that means that you and Mayuri have found another path to Steins Gate. In other words, the plan's moved on to the next phase. Does this mean that this Daru basically abandons that Okabe's path to Steins Gate will be existing anymore? You might be angry and wondering why I didn't tell you all this from the start. But it wasn't that I didn't want to, it's that I couldn't. In the world line you originally set out from, I never planned the operation I'm about to describe. You probably already noticed, but the choice you and Mayushi just made has changed the world line a little. I haven't noticed. We didn't do reading Steiner. What happened? In other words, I'm a different Hashida Itaru than the one in your world line. But Suzaha, please don't get the wrong idea. No matter what world line I'm in, I love my daughter. By the way, which daddy is more handsome? I've started weightlifting lately. Daru, stop screwing around and explain the mission. Thanks, Maho. That's right. We all know you'll give it up in a week. Stop wasting your time. We're running out of time to record, yeah? Alright, don't rush me. Anyway, let me get to the real reason I'm sending you this message. Remember when D-mail could only be like 14 characters? Good time. Now they've got enough time for Daru to fuck around and have a Daru moment. I'm about to share with you the details of Operation Arclight. This is going to take everything you've got, and not a single mistake will be allowed. Pay attention and don't miss a word. Got it? Suzaha paused the video. If he was telling her to pay attention, it must be important. If she was going to memorize it all, she needed to calm down. To be honest, getting a video from her dad in 2025 had made her really excited. It felt like her father was telling her that the plan she'd come up with on her own was the right one. That's why she needed to pay careful attention. I mean, you could just replay the video. Mayuri was standing by herself, typing something into her phone as fast as she could. Mayuri's like, I want to be important too. I'm going to send a text. When the video had arrived, she told Mayuri that they may have to leave for the past today. There must have been some reason the video was sent today, at this time. That's how it seemed to Suzaha. I just realized we haven't had like a Mayuri perspective story, have we? What are you doing? Suzu, how's it going? Are we leaving? I'm about to check the mission parameters. Ooh, so serious. I see. Metal Gear spin-off with Suzaha playable character win? So, if we do leave today, Mayushi's gonna go missing, right? I don't want to worry anybody. So I want to write a message to Mom and Dad and to all my friends. I hope you've got time to at least tell Uncle Okabe in person. That would be a bad idea. He would not let her do this. She would be done going over the mission and deciding on a course of action by sunset, probably. I wrote a message to Okabe, so it's okay.
メールでいいの？
Just a message? Yeah. She smiled and nodded. There were no more tears in her eyes, but you could still see the wet lines drawn down her soft pink cheeks.
なんだか
It's kind of embarrassing.
難しいから。
But you know, I wrote this message and then realized maybe I can't send it. So now I'm not sure what to do.
なんで？
Why?
電波
I can't get a signal. Maybe this is a dead
場所が
zone?
悪いのかな？県外。
You can't get a signal? Suzaha looked at the screen on Mayuri's phone. There wasn't a single bar on the antenna.
おかしい。この場
That's
所なら
strange. You can
い
always
つだ
get
っ
a
て電
signal
波
up here.
入ってた。
Is Suzaha's phone just future-proofed? Suzaha took out her own phone to double check. Wasn't her phone already out to watch the video?
私のもだ。
Mine too. When she saw Mayuri was using a different cell carrier than her, she frowned.
嫌な予感がする。
I've got a bad feeling about this. She told Mayuri to hide behind the time machine and silently moved up against the iron door leading to the stairs. She opened it a crack, taking care to not let it creak. What's Operation Arclight? She looked inside the building. It was as quiet as ever. There was nothing on the floor below but a room for events and some storerooms, so on weekdays like this it was always quiet. You just ate a whole pack of Twix? Bro, that sounds so good. I would like Twix.
気のせいか。
Is it my imagination? She tilted her head sideways as she looked softly. She tilted her head sideways as she softly tried to close the door. At Mayuri's scream, she turned around, just in time to see armed agents in camouflage jumping over the fence. One of them grabbed Mayuri.
外壁をよじ登ってきたのか。
They climbed up the walls? Suzaha deeply regretted her mistake. She was well aware that someone could try to come up the walls. But the video from her dad made her so excited she lowered her guard. There were about 30 men, all carrying small assault rifles. With Mayuri as their hostage, Suzaha couldn't do anything. I mean, let's be real, she couldn't do anything anyway. I know Suzaha is very talented, but that's 30-1? She's about to take a 30-1 fight? I don't know about that. Maybe 5-on-1 I would believe, but 30-on-1? There's not even a clip that would have enough bullets to shoot all of these guys, not to mention they're all wearing bulletproof vests. The faces are uncanny. Yeah, this is actually a little uncanny. Also the first time we really see, like, their faces. Also interesting that this guy's not wearing a helmet. He looks very headshotable. Drop your gun and get on the ground. Hands on top of your head. One of the men gave her an order in a cold voice. Resist. We can't guarantee this girl's safety. He pulled Mayuri close and put the gun to her head, and flipped off the safety. Damn. She had no choice but to obey. Suzaha took the gun out of her holster and put it on the ground, and took a pose where she couldn't resist. Don't talk. They'll kill you. I'm just fine. From the way they moved, she could easily tell they were veteran professionals. That meant they were certainly after the time machine, and probably well aware only Suzaha could operate it. That, Suzaha decided, meant they wouldn't kill her if they didn't have to. The man who'd spoken to her first, who was probably the leader, knelt down next to her. She was searched roughly to make sure she wasn't carrying other weapons.
これでも一応
I'm a girl, you know. Show some respect.
少しは気を使えよ
They took the other small pistols she carried for emergencies, as well as several different kinds of knives.
目標2と目標3確保
Targets 2 and 3 have been secured.
そっちは
What about you? The leader spoke to the group of men gathering around the time machine.
目標1確保ロックがかかっていて
Target 1
全
secured.
てエラーで弾かれます
It's locked, and anything we try is met with an error. Did all of these soldiers time travel? What is this, I guess? Oh, did the stream die, by the way? Or just the view count? R.I.P. Because in what world are Suzaha and Mayuri the primary targets? Several of the men had gone inside the time machine. Leaving the hatch open had been Suzaha's own mistake, but still, it upset her to see them inside the machine.
何をしても無駄だ
It's no use.
そいつは
We won't listen
私じ
to
ゃないと
anyone
言
but
うこ
me.
とを聞かない
立て
Stand up. The leader kicked her with the heel of his boot. Association since they're near the time machine? Maybe.
手はそのままゆっくりとだ少しでも
Keep your hands where they are
余計な動きをしたら
and move slowly.
即座に人質を
Try anything and we kill the hostage immediately. When she stood up, her hands were handcuffed behind her back. They prodded her from behind to move next to the machine.
生体認証だな
Biometrics, isn't it?
そうだ
Right.
ただし私の
But
静
you
脈
can't
や
copy
指
my
紋を
veins
コピ
or
ーしても無駄
fingerprints.
だ手を切り落とした
Cutting
り
off my hand or
目
ripping
玉
out
を
my
くり抜い
eyeball
たっ
won't
て
work either.
認証には使う2036年のシステムよ
Security
そんなに
systems in the year
間抜けじゃない
2036 aren't that easily fooled. The men in camo seemed to be aware of everything she said. None of them seemed surprised or irritated.
教授はどうした
Where's the professor? The leader asked the man who was pointing the gun at Mayuri.
現在こちら
On
に
his
向かって
way.
いるところです目標1は目標2とセットだ洗脳しないと無理だと伝えろ
Target 1 is only useful if Target 2 is with it. Tell him it's impossible without brainwashing. Suzaha gritted her teeth when she heard the word brainwashing. She had seen many of her friends in Valkyrie undergo this cruel procedure, then be sent back as spies before turning into vegetables. The leader turned towards Suzaha.
洗脳の行き着く先は分かっているはずだ教授は薬などは使わない直
Yikes.
接脳をいじられることになる
Another small detail, just in case you didn't think the future was enough of an L. Brainwashing gets used all the time. Just a casual reference. You know what happens when you're brainwashed, I believe. The professor doesn't use drugs. He alters your brain directly.
そうなる前に素直に我々に
I think it would be smarter just to help us. What do you think?
教授
The
か
professor? Where she'd come from. An old doctor with that name had led a brainwashing team that had attempted to destroy Valkyrie. Suzaha hated him more than anyone else. They didn't use drugs. It was safe to assume that both professors were the same.
分かった
See, that would also have been an interesting story to hear about future Dr. Leskinen. Brainwashing people and shit. That made Suzaha really hate him. We haven't really talked about anything that Suzaha hates or how shitty the future is. That could have been really cool. She nodded.
言うことを聞く
I'll help you, but I can't do it like this.
これじゃ無理だ
Suzaha jangled the cuffs behind her back.
手錠は外すただし抵抗
We'll
すれ
take
ば
off the handcuffs, but if you
こっちの女が
resist, the girl dies. There was still a gun pointed at Mayuri's head. But even if she tried to resist, it'd be impossible to save Mayuri from this many professional soldiers. When she went inside the cockpit, she used her biometrics to bypass the lock and brought up the control console. Lights came on all across the machine, and she could hear a low rumbling. Okay, get out. We'll investigate the rest. I don't think you're going to be able to understand it, but sure. As Suzaha left, the leader turned his gaze towards a particular cluster of the men, which seemed to be engineers. That was the moment she was waiting for. Her hand had wandered below the console for just a moment when she left the cockpit. She hid some knives there. Without making a sound, she threw it at the leader. The knife pierced his throat. He went down so quickly he hadn't even had time to scream. She quickly readied another knife and darted between the men in camo. Her target was the man pointing a gun at Mayuri's head. Uh-oh. She dropped her hips low to the ground. In an instant, she moved behind him and slit his throat. Blood poured out onto an astonished Mayuri, but there was no time to worry. She grabbed his rifle, fired a few shots to force him to the ground, then grabbed Mayuri's hand and ran behind the machine. The plan had gone well so far, but she had underestimated how well trained these men were. What does that mean? There's a bunch of fucking soldiers. What do you mean? The second in command quickly moved to the front and worked to re-establish control. All she had was a knife and the gun she'd stolen. And she needed to protect Mayuri, a non-combatant. She was still facing more than 25 active enemies. I do appreciate that this, the story has got, or the description has gotten a little bit more, like, war-focused now that it's from Suzaha's perspective in combat. Like, using things as, like, 25 active enemies. Describing Mayuri as, like, a non-combatant. It does, like, fit the perspective switch. Whatever the right way to get out of this was, she couldn't find it. The time machine was still active, so she couldn't escape because she couldn't leave it here. One of the men fired several rounds towards her, which bounced off the side of the machine. Mayuri's head flew back, as if she'd been struck. A spurt of blood came out. Mayuri! Her cute face was turning red. One of the rounds had grazed her after it ricocheted. She was clutching herself with her arms. Her expression was completely blank. Her tiny body shaking. Suzaha couldn't blame her. She fired back, but they kept drawing closer. I've been through a lot of fights, but I don't think I've ever seen things get this bad. She's firing a lot of suppressive fire, but like it doesn't seem like an excellent idea, considering how limited her ammo is. And she's just got the one gun. The time machine's maintenance hatch was in front of her. When she saw it was there, she visualized her last option in her mind. If I open that, I can blow the machine up from within. If she did that, all of her plans would be ruined. The path to Steins Gate forever closed. But that didn't mean she was cold-blooded enough to sacrifice Mayuri here. If the world lines were going to converge, maybe Mayuri wouldn't die here at all. But what her father had said during his video message bothered her. You might have already noticed, but the choice you and Mayuri just made changed the world line. I'm a different daughter. Which meant that Suzaha had no proof Mayuri would be alive in 2036 now. Had the world line changed? Of course, for the sake of Operation Arclight, she hoped it had. But that meant she wouldn't be able to move. So, if only we had watched the rest of that fucking video. Bruh. Imagine the worst case scenario. This is kind of it, right? The worst case, that would be these men taking the time machine. They could change the world line into something even worse than the one Suzaha experienced. It might become a world line where not only Mayuri's life wasn't safe, but Daru's wasn't either. If that happens, she had to make her choice fast. She kept a careful eye on the men, and as soon as she saw an opening, she opened the maintenance hatch's biometric lock. She could see part of the engine, which was still giving off a quiet rumble. She turned her gun sights on it. Fortunately, the unit that created the black hole wasn't active. Even if she blew up the machine here, it probably wouldn't cause serious damage to the space-time continuum. As soon as she saw that, she went to pull the trigger. No! Mayuri's forceful voice stopped her dead in her tracks. Don't destroy it! Don't stop me. I've already made my decision. Just as Mayuri had stopped her before. Once again, her forceful voice caused Suzaha to hesitate, if only for an instant. On the battlefield, that instant can decide your fate. She took a quick look around again, and she froze. Mixed in with the men in camo was a girl in a dark motorcycle suit and helmet. Was it Kagari who had leaked this place's location? She was well aware of Kagari's abilities after their 2 battles. If she wasn't completely in control of herself, she'd be killed instantly. She talked to herself. I'll have to give up on my own survival. How many would she have to take with her in order to give Mayuri a chance to escape? Right now, the only thing she could afford to think about was getting Mayuri back to Okabe. But just when she made her decision, she felt Kagari staring at her, or more precisely, the blood dripping down Mayuri's forehead. I was gonna say, isn't Kagari about to go super mega mommy complex here? And just after that, Kagari did something she hadn't expected. What did you do to Mommy? You, can't hear it for the fucking muffle effect. There was a scream. The howl of an enraged beast. And then the slaughter began. Kagari grabbed the second-in-command's head with her left hand. With her right, she steadied her rifle. After she fired, there was very little left of his head. The rest of him dropped to the ground. What are you doing? She slammed the piece of tattered flesh that had once been a man's head into the ground, and with no warning at all, leapt from one screaming man to another. She fired her gun into everyone. What'd you do to Mommy? What'd you do to Mommy? What'd you do to Mommy? Even when her targets were already soaked in blood, she kept firing until their limbs were blown apart into unrecognizable rags. Some of them tried to shoot her to protect themselves, but no matter where she was struck, Kagari didn't flinch. When her magazine ran dry, she drew forth long military-style cleavers. Holding one in each hand, she used them in her military combat training to slaughter anyone she saw. Their entrails were scattered all over the twilight rooftop, covering her whole body in blood and bits of flesh. Don't look, cover your ears. Suzaha held Mayuri's head tight to her chest. Mayuri was shaking from fear, but did as she was told and clamped her head down, hands down over her ears. Even so, she probably could still hear the sounds of ripping flesh and shattering bone. This is not what I expected at all. This is kind of cool. She's not even human. Even Suzaha had gone stone cold in shock. During all of her time in combat, she'd never seen a one-sided slaughter like this. I assume in this world line, Kagari had been brainwashed to be the perfect soldier or something, yeah? But still has her mommy issues. She experienced this when they fought, but Kagari seemed to feel no fear of pain. She simply focused all of her energy on killing her opponent. It was often said that humans unconsciously avoided using all their muscle power to protect their own bodies. But Kagari seemed to lack that capability. Jesus. Just now, she stabbed a man who turned to run from her in the back. I thought that was weird, that why would he run? Just shoot her. Then tossed his huge body to the ground with only a single arm. Then she kicked his stomach from below and ruptured his organs, killing him. Surround her and fire, it's just one girl! Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. Get around to the right! The right! Finally, after several, perhaps a dozen or more of the men had been killed, what remained of the squad started to scream orders at one another. With terrifying reflexes, she dodged their shots and brutally murdered several more, but... Why was Suzaha not providing like covering fire during this? At last, a hail of gunfire struck her left hand, and the knife she was holding fell. That wasn't it. It wasn't the knife that fell, it was in her entire left hand. The shot caused her body to stagger. Fire! Someone screamed in a voice that lacked any of the pride and bravery a soldier is supposed to possess. Several more bullets dug into her body. Parts of the motorcycle suit ripped open and her helmet cracked. Blood that was clearly her own and not of the men she killed began to pour out. At last, she fell into a pile of corpses. Yes! Okay! They must have thought they finally had her. One of the survivors pointed his gun down to finish her, and just as he was about to pull the trigger, her bestial roar and the man's terrified scream overlapped in a horrible cacophony? Oops. Cacophony. There we go, Jesus. Hey, what's up, Muhammad? Long time no see, man. How you doing? She forced herself to leap up and brought the back of the remaining cleaver down on his arm, knocking him back. An instant later, the knife slit his throat and ended his life. Retreat! The survivors began to flee. GG. It's okay, don't panic. There's not a war happening. There's still time. Nothing to worry about. Suzaha's fine, and before long, Mayuri will show up at the lab like nothing happened. When I reached the Radicon, I realized that many people in the crowd of pedestrians were holding their phones up to the sky. There was evidently no service at the station either. Do you know this flag? I do not know that flag. I assume that's a country's flag? I took a moment to catch my breath as I looked up at the Radicon. I could hear what sounded like a distant explosion. It wasn't just one. The explosions were coming in a series. Several of the people around me were glancing at their surroundings, confused by the unfamiliar sounds. Then I realized. It was gunfire. I remember the sounds I'd heard during the battle between CERN's Rounders and the Russian military. The sounds were coming from the roof. Had I not made it in time? I ran into the Radicon. For some reason, the elevator was under maintenance and turned off. I had no choice but to take the stairs. My heart was pounding so fast I thought it would burst. I tripped several times due to how tense I was. My boy can't even climb upstairs. I stumbled again and again. How many times had I come up these stairs feeling like this? Cursing my lack of endurance, I headed up for the top floor. When I got to the 7th floor, I ran into someone I'd hoped I wouldn't see. It's gotta be the professor, right? My guess that I'd run into them was right. I wished that I wasn't, but...
Leskinen, Kyoshu.
Yeah, Rintaro.
Yo.
Masaka konna ni hayaku.
I didn't expect to see you here so early. Dr. Leskinen seemed perturbed when he saw my face. What are you doing here? Calm down for a moment. We can't talk when you're out of breath like that, can we? Hey, Jenny. Thanks for the subscribe. Appreciate it. What happened to Amadeus? The sampling test I asked you to perform ended 6 months ago. I can't tell you that. That was his answer. Even though Amadeus had disappeared, Leskinen was extremely calm. There was no sign of him trying to deal with the problem. And instead of being in his office, he was here. That was all I needed to know. So the message AI Kurisu sent was true, wasn't it? The father that she'd spoken of was Leskinen after all. What happened to AI Kurisu and AI Maho? You're trying to analyze their memory data to extract the information on the time machine, aren't you? Why would their memory data have anything about the time machine on it, though, I guess is my question. You know what I mean? Because they hadn't had anything to do with the time machine yet, unless he knows about reading Steiner as well, and is hoping reading Steiner has just made its way into the data or something. That's a surprise. AI Kurisu told you all that? I thought I was keeping an eye on her. I wonder when she did it. Leskinen seems truly shocked. Which meant he hadn't noticed that AI Kurisu was an at-channeler, or that she'd spoken to me there. Oh. And then he took out a gun and pointed it at me. Damn. It seems you've learned a little too much. Uh-oh. This is heartbreaking. I don't want him to be the bad guy. Who are you? This is also the most normal looking Leskinen has looked like the entire game. A scientist. But science isn't a charity, you see. Are you aware of an American civilian intelligence company called Strategic Focus? I am no longer asking, where are the shaman girls?
Strategic focus. Americano.
It's kind of weird that there's no like world line convergence thing in his mind here where he like remembers these kind of events from other world lines. Or where like he doesn't start to get reading Stein out of this, because it's like we already know this, which is kind of disappointing.
Stratofoca.
I'd read about them on conspiracy theory websites. I remembered reading that they'd acquired top-secret info on Russian ballistic missiles that even the CIA couldn't get. Then they sold it. The result was the destruction of the CIA's reputation. At the same time, the total reorganization of Russia's military strategy. I'd even heard rumors that during the Gulf and Iraq wars they obtained info about warring countries faster than anyone, and spread it as needed. This conversation actually happened exactly like this in the Leskinen route. The world government supposedly called us the Shadow CIA. So he was using Amadeus for military purposes? Oh my god! No! Was everything he said at the seminar just platitudes and lies? You're just gonna go on the internet and tell lies? Well, I don't think I'm the one who's important here, am I? Anyway, I heard something from Katsumi. You have the new encephalitis too, don't you? In fact, you seem to know something about how it works. Damn, so her only existence is to sell out Okabe. That's like her only purpose in the story. Kind of a bra moment. That's very interesting. Would you be willing to offer that information to me? All you have to do is undergo a simple procedure. And I'll be happy to hire you as my assistant. For some reason, my whole body broke out into goosebumps at the word procedure. The procedure is to make him look like Kurisu. That's what it is. Leskinen will only have cute anime girls as his assistants. The flags from Asia? There are a lot of flags from Asia. I'm not a very, I guess, educated man in the way of nations' flags. I really couldn't tell you many countries' flags. I could tell you like the US, Canada, Mexico, UK, and China, and Japan. And that's probably about the list of countries I could name flags from. Maybe a couple others. that I would like visually recognize if I saw them. But yeah. The Dr. Leskinen I knew. The man with the childlike, mischievous heart and deep scientific curiosity. The man who'd been so kind to me. The man I'd respected. Was gone. Yeah, it kind of sucks that this is the approach they take to this, I guess. Like, it does feel like it would be important for Okabe to get, like, the reading Steiner thing here to then remember that Leskinen's a bad guy or something. Because now the game is just explaining a twist to us as if we didn't know it. You know? Which is less interesting. In his place was the cruel scientific fundamentalist who thought nothing of human lives or hearts as he pointed his gun at me. Or was this who he truly was? I believe it's Laos. Then AK fucking nailed that shit. What? I thought AK was joking about the flag emoji. And that was just like how it translated as text or something. Cuban should play GeoGuessr. What is that? Browser game in which players guess locations from Street View. I mean, I could try, but there is zero fucking chance. I don't think the stream would be that interesting because I would just get everything fucking wrong. I'm not really well traveled. I've only been to like 3 states in the US, and I've never left the country. So I wouldn't even have the faintest idea of what anything looked like if it wasn't like super stereotypical like a super stereotypical thing of their country, then I'd have no idea. We finish early a round of GeoGuessr? I mean, sure, I'd do a stream of it if enough people want it. Maybe I'll do let's do a poll on the my community tab and see if people want me to do it. It's also a good game to become more aware of foreign countries. Unfortunately, I would have to side with Daru's opinion. I'd probably not go outside the country of the US. Yeah, we'll do a poll on my community page if a lot of people would want to watch me do that. You could always play it during the streams where you just chat. That's what I'm saying, is like we could do it like a just chatting stream where we try to play GeoGuessr. Is that super relevant? Is that something that's kind of new, or has GeoGuessr been around for a while? AI art is harder than I want it to be. How do you do it? I actually have no idea. It's been around. It's always popular. Alright, yeah. I mean, I guess we'll see if people want to watch it. I wouldn't be against it. We'll do a stream where I try to figure out how the fuck you do AI art and GeoGuessr. How about that? Because I've heard about AI art, but I have no idea how you do it, or like what to do. Like, do you just go to a website and you like go, draw me this? You make it in a Discord server? Like my Discord server, link in the description below, that anyone can join for free? Is it like a bot in a Discord server? Can I have it join my Discord server? That's weird. But sounds actually kind of cool. Plug. A casual plug. It was painfully funny. Well, you know what they say. They say I'm painfully unfunny, so I think that would be a perfect fit for my streams. Yeah, maybe we'll do something like that. It's not a bad idea. It's not like I gotta buy it, so... not opposed. Was this who he truly was? Yeah, I guess so I won't dwell on this too much longer. Because we'll just kind of talk about this kind of stuff, I think, at the very end, once it's all happened. But I'm not a huge fan of this, of the story basically presenting this info to me like I don't know it. And I understand that, like, what Wandering said is that it's so it doesn't spoil the other routes for you. But it's like, I've already been spoiled on Leskinen being a bad guy from the very beginning. So, like, there's a lot of drawn-out detail here to tell me that Leskinen's bad, but, like, I've known for, like, 40 hours of gameplay and reading that Leskinen is bad. So this is super weird. I mean, I guess there's the possibility... Well, no, because we're not shifting world lines. Because, like, obviously in Steins Gate OG, there's world lines where Moeka's not a bad girl, but, like, there hasn't been a world line shift really that significant between the other endings in this game for him to not be a bad guy anymore. But again, we'll save that discussion for the end. Maybe this comes into play in a better way here, but this is weird. Suddenly, Leskinen seemed like a terrifying unknown.
どうかな?
How about it? He took a step towards me. And then... another fierce gunfight broke out above. Leskinen clicked his tongue at the sound. He glanced towards the stairs.
なぜ銃撃戦になっているんだ?
Why am I hearing gunfire? I told them so many times to handle this peacefully. I took advantage of the distraction. Luckily, I was still on the staircase. I tackled his legs as hard as I could, and he lost his balance and fell. He hit his head hard on one of the steps, and after a moment's jerk, stopped moving at all. He might be dead, but I didn't care. I'd become a murderer many times over already. Did you take his gun, Okabe? Did you take his fucking gun? He had a gun. Oh, we didn't take the gun. Oh, you Japanese man. You know an American. Take the gun. Don't just leave the American with his gun. I liked how in Zero Escape, the completed routes affected your next playthrough. That's the game I was thinking of. I don't know why I was thinking the OG Steins Gate, but yeah, I liked how in Zero Escape, your other playthroughs that you got the bad end on converged in, like, on your other routes. Where, like, the protagonist of that story started to realize, like, his other routes that led to bad ends, like, helped him get to the true end. And he's like, oh yeah. Shit, I knew that. But he's also like, I don't know how I know that. That would have been, I think, more useful in this scenario here. Where he's like, shit, I know Leskinen's the bad guy. But whatever. When I opened the door, what I saw was a vision from the heart of hell itself. You need to pay to play GeoGuessr? I'm sure there's a free version online. But $3 isn't much. GeoGuessr sucks now. Yeah, I'll check it out, though. There's probably a free version. There was blood everywhere, bodies too.
なんだ
What is this?
これ
In the middle of the sea of blood was a girl in a motorcycle suit and helmet, covered in crimson as she lay on the ground. She held a giant cleaver. I could see instantly she was responsible for this disaster. You get 5 minutes, then you wait 15 minutes to refill. I mean, I guess that would be when we, like, switch between doing AI art and GeoGuessr, as in the time where it's refilling. Play Fortnite GeoGuessr? What is that? You've said that twice now. Fortnite GeoGuessr. Is it just taking you around Fortnite things? I've never played Fortnite. I've not never played Fortnite, but I don't play Fortnite enough to know what the fuck that means. It's dumber down. That's fine. The motorcycle girl's shoulders moved up and down a little, so evidently she was still alive. I approached the woman, trying my best not to throw up from the stench. But the bodies have immediately started to,
大丈夫ママ
But yeah, but the bodies have immediately started to smell? Damn. That ass. I mean, no, this is tragic. She's dying. I like this look of Suzaha here. Are you okay, Mommy? I could hear her voice from beneath the cracked, broken helmet. I looked closer and saw that some of the blood was her own. Her body was racked by bullet wounds. Chat blocking the view of that ass? Oh, there you go. Which Suzaha do you prefer? I prefer the Suzaha from this game. Aesthetic-wise, anyway. Personality-wise, I guess I prefer Suzaha happy, but I like this one. Pretty nice view to come back to. Welcome back, Fletch. The girl's left hand was completely gone. It was a miracle she had somehow survived all of that. She didn't seem to notice me as she slowly crawled through the blood. Have a good night, man. I followed her gaze and saw Mayuri huddled beneath the time machine. Suzaha seemed to be unhurt, but there was blood on Mayuri's face. Oh, you can, like, barely see it. The way they were describing, I would have thought it was, like, coming down this side. I hadn't expected to see her here. I was worried about her wound, but more than anything, I was glad she was safe. Safe is a debatable term. She raised her face when she heard my voice. But the next moment, her eyes locked on the girl in the motorcycle suit. She saw the thing crawling towards her and screamed.
Mama.
Ooh. That's kind of sad. Kagari's last moments are going to be of her mom screaming in fear of her.
ママ。違うの。これは
This isn't what it looks like, Mommy. Kagari didn't want to kill anyone.
本当は
I just
人
wanted to
殺しなんて
protect
す
you.
るつもりじゃなくて、
Kagari? Did she say
ママを
Kagari?
守ろうとして。
It was only then that I realized that the girl in the motorcycle suit was the Shina Kagari that Suzaha had been looking for. This route's quite dark. Yeah, it's gonna be for Kagari anyway.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry, Mommy.
カガリ、もういい。
Kagari, that's enough. Don't yell at her, she saved you. Suzaha yelled, unable to take any more.
もういいから、動くな。
Don't
死ぬぞ、
move.
お前。
You'll die.
カガリはね。
Kagari didn't want to scare you.
怖い思いをさせ
Really,
よ
I
うなん
mean
て。
it.
カガリはただ
I
マ
just
マ
had to
を助
save
けな
you.
くちゃって。
So please don't hate me.
ママ、
I'm sorry, Mommy.
ごめんな
Forgive me.
許す。
At last, her strength failed and she collapsed. I returned to my senses and ran to her before Suzaha could get there.
おい、大丈夫か？
Are you okay? Her breathing was wheezy and shallow. One of the bullets had probably pierced her lungs. I thought taking off her helmet would help her breathe, so I put my hand on it to remove it, but she grabbed my hand and pushed it away. Does Kagari sound different, or am I just dumb? I mean, she's dying, so her voice is a little bit more raspy, I guess. Don't.
やめて。取らないで。
Don't take it.
ママと鈴葉お姉ち
Not
ゃ
in
ん
front
の
of
前で
Mommy
は。
and Big Sis Suzaha.
お願い、
Please, Okabe.
岡部さん。
Her voice and the way she talked. I realized who this girl called Shina Kagari was. I looked close and saw I recognized her face.
そんな。
You're...
君は
But why?
なぜ？
Also Suzaha?
オカリンおじさん、カガリは？
Is Kagari okay?
来るな！
Stay back. I quickly motioned to Suzaha to keep her distance.
こっちは任せろ。お前はマユリを頼む。
Leave her to
マユリ
me.
の傷は大丈夫なのか？
You take care of Mayuri. Is she okay? Check for me. She looks upset, but did as I asked. She went back to Mayuri and started to look at her wounds. Mayuri was covering her face and trying not to look at the bodies.
大丈夫。マユ姉さんの傷は深くない。
It's okay, it's not deep. I relaxed a little.
よかった。ママ、無事だったんだ。
I'm so glad you're safe, Mommy.
よかった。
Kagari's voice was a whisper as I cradled her in my arms. Then she closed her eyes. Her breathing got weaker.
しっかりしろ。君は
Hang in there.
君はなんだ？
Why? Why are you...
大丈夫。心配しない
It's
で。
okay.
私、こうなっても、痛くも苦しくもないから。
So it was a different voice? Yeah, this is, Suzaha's voice actress, I believe. She's disguised as Yuki? Oh, yeah. This wasn't in the anime. Wait, so Yuki is Kagari? And then time traveled... Dude, my mind's about to break. What? So then time traveled? So time-traveled Kagari ends up being Yuki. I guess the age would line up. Ish. Is Suzaha's mom. That was adopted. What? I don't get it. Hi, Adam. It's obvious, but Yuki's her and stigma as well. What? It's okay, don't worry. Even like this, I don't suffer or feel pain.
いつも
I always hear the
神
voice
様
of
の
God.
声が聞こえるの。君は痛くならないよ。
He tells me it
苦し
doesn't
く
hurt,
ならないよって。
that I don't feel the pain.
だから
So I'm just...
全然
I hope you're doing good. I am doing good, Adam. I hope you're doing good as well.
岡部さんには伝えておくね。
Hey, what's up, Magneta? Welcome. I'll tell you, Okabe. Yeah, please, what?
本物は
The real one doesn't know anything.
3年前からヨーロッパ
She's been
に
in
留
Europe
学
on an exchange program for 3 years.
教授が
The professor manipulated things behind the scenes to send me to Akihabara.
裏で手を回して本物は
The real one doesn't know anything.
何も
教授
The professor. Did she mean... What other professor do you fucking know, dude?
この世界線では本当は
In this world line, Hashida and the real one will meet next year.
橋田さんと本物が出会うのは
Gari opened her eyes a little once more, and looked towards the time machine, towards Mayuri and Suzaha.
大丈夫
It's okay. I'm sure the real one will love Hashida too.
橋田さんのこと好きになります
So she also loves Daru.
私と
Just
同
like
じ
I
よう
did.
に
I said
言っ
it.
ちゃった
Don't tell anyone, okay?
誰にも内緒ですよ
She looks like she's gone through some shit. Yeah, a little bit of shit. Daru out here slaying, yeah, I guess. Daru actually has wrist. Yeah, I guess. This time, her smile still shining in her eyes, they closed for real. With one final shudder, the strength left her body. Her life faded away in my hands. While sad, I'm not quite sure why Okabe would care. In this world line, he doesn't know who Kagari is. He doesn't interact with her at all. He also doesn't interact with Yuki at all. There was so much I wanted to ask her. There's so much I want to ask. What? Why had she appeared before us using that name? There were so many things I didn't understand. But Shina Kagari's life ended in that moment.
おかりおじさんかがりは無事
Is Kagari okay? R.I.P. Suzaha, I need you to press F. I came back to my senses when I heard her voice. If I told her about Kagari's death, it would cause her a lot of mental stress. That wasn't a good idea. Right now, I needed to do something about the time machine as fast as possible.
大丈夫だこの子を
She's
俺が病院
okay.
へ連れて行く
I'll take her to a hospital. Bruh. I slung Kagari's bloody body around my shoulder and stood up. She didn't die like that. Damn true, Adam. Shut down the time machine and hide it. Hide it! My brother. It is a satellite. Don't worry, it's Mayuri's daughter who's disguised as your mother and almost became your mother. But then Suzaha would have been a redhead. Oh my god. Steins Gate is truly the world line where Suzaha's a redhead too. All the waifus in Steins Gate become redheads. That is the true Steins Gate world line. The cops will be coming soon. It's too late. Huh? Before I could open the door, a huge shadow appeared from within. Okay, but you took his gun, right, Okabe? And Suzaha is armed, so it's fine. This isn't a big deal, because you took his gun. Professor. He wasn't dead. He must have taken a lot of damage to the head, because his face was the color of clay, and one of his eyes wasn't focusing. Okay, when has his skin not been the color of clay? This will be a war zone soon. America, Russia, and Japan have all started to move. Once the gears start turning, you can't stop them. If Kagari had only told us sooner, things wouldn't have gotten this bad. Leskinen knew about Kagari. Yeah, we knew that. Which meant I was right. Suzaha spoke before I could. Man, Suzaha got some crazy accents in between that CG and now. That is not what she looked like. I see. So you're the professor. Your beard looks hot? Thank you. I appreciate it. Suzaha is also attempting to sound very different in this scene, it seems like. Maybe to differentiate herself from Yuki Kagari. I think. I need the shaman girls. You're the one who brainwashed Kagari. Didn't do a very good job of the brainwashing if she still had her mommy complex. If I was gonna brainwash Kagari, that would have been the first thing I got rid of, was her mommy complex. Is that true? Jesus Christ, Okabe, keep up! You learned this like 5 routes ago. Is that the kind of person you are? I haven't done anything. Leskinen didn't try to deny it. 10 years ago, I found a helpless girl on the streets and helped her so she could grow up like this. Helped her? This never would have happened if she led a normal life. I'm sorry, Okabe, she's a redhead in an anime. She was never going to have a normal life. Could you not yell like that? My head is killing me. I'm telling you the truth. She made contact with me. It was her plan to get plastic surgery and infiltrate this city. Ah. So she got plastic surgery to not be a redhead anymore in an attempt to subvert this fate. But it was too late. Evidently, the voice of God in her head tells her everything she needs to do. Wait, so she had the voice of God before being brainwashed? I don't understand. At first, I thought she was a homeless girl making up stories in hopes of getting food. But when I examined her brain and memories, I found something very interesting and wonderful. How was y'all's Christmas? Mine was good. I visited family for the first time in a while. And it was a very happy moment, unlike this. This god she spoke of. And even as she twisted in pain, or his face twisted in pain, he smiled proudly. This god she spoke of. It was me from the year 2036. Okay, so this is at least one thing that the stigma route, the Leskinen route, lets us understand what this means. This is like one of the few things that so far that has worked out, is because when Maho gets brainwashed, she hears Leskinen's voice. So that must mean that in the future, when she's orphaned, she's already brainwashed. But that would mean Leskinen has already time traveled, or like already experienced all these events. Ooh. So in this line, she's a double agent from the beginning. You spend it eating yogurt on the stairs? Why on your stairs? Why not like in bed or something? Got stuff for your friends? I didn't do a gift exchange with my friends. I just hung out with my parents. You're a real mad scientist. Suddenly I heard a siren down below. Just hearing the sound made me feel uneasy. I've never heard a sound like it before. What is this?
ゲリラ攻撃情報。ゲリラ攻撃情報。当地域にゲリラ攻撃の可能性があります。屋内に避難し、テレビ、ラジオをつけてください。
Are the dead monkey things about to fucking finally come to a point? We all remember the random dead monkeys from the, like, several streams ago, right? Is that about to finally be... Well, I guess that's not how you spell gorilla, as a... like, the monkey gorilla. I don't know, that was the first thing I thought of. What the fuck is the monkey thing from? Yeah, I noticed wandering as soon as I thought it in my head. I was just so excited to potentially connect the dots, I totally forgot that that's not the right gorilla. Now I want this to be a Planet of the Apes plotline. What the fuck are you talking about? One of the routes, like I think the second route we did, there was a random newscaster talking about a bunch of dead monkeys, and that has not paid off at all. The brains were taken out. I guess to be used as experiments for the beta version of Amadeus? Is that, like, the only thing? And that's just inferred? It's not actually, like... intended? Me when the gorillas start falling from the sky and beating up civilians in military uniforms and guns. This story has a lot of twists. That would have been a way cooler twist, though. God. Fucking generated that story off my own excitement in my head right there real quick. Fucking, this is a gorilla attack alert. I repeat, a gorilla attack alert. A gorilla attack may occur in this area. Please get indoors and obtain further info from radio or television broadcasts. Yeah, the gorilla squad about to come out with the brainwashings of some veteran soldiers. Let's go. I heard that announcement coming from the speaker on the streets. Guerrilla attack alert. A type of alert from Japan's early warning system. A J alert. It's a system used in the event of an emergency, such as a large-scale disaster or an armed attack. Crazy. I always wondered if the US had a system like that, but remember when, what is it? Didn't Hawaii get that one text a couple years ago that was like an automated, like, emergency thing that was like missiles were heading towards Hawaii or something? I remember a story similar to that. So we must have something like that in the States as well. A guerrilla attack? I could hear several helicopters in the sky above me. I like that the orange here doesn't even match the orange sky in the background. Like they should have just slid a helicopter JPEG over. I saw it on the series of disturbing things around the internet. What do you mean, gamer? It's a giant gorilla spinning his arms like helicopter blades. Oh, man, I wish the gorillas were here. Nuclear strike imminent. Not a drill. No, it just needs to be the StarCraft nuke alert. Hang on. Please tell me there's like a soundboard for this. There's got to be a sound for this.
Nuclear launch detected.
There you go. This isn't the one I remember.
Nuclear launch detected.
The group that makes Steins Gate has filed for insolvency? Yeah, I saw that. We were talking about it earlier.
Painting the target. Painting the target.
I can't find my StarCraft sound effect. But, anyway. I hope they can pull through and not become like Alpha Dream. What's Alpha Dream? But yeah, they need to break the glass on the emergency Steins Gate slice of life anime visual novel. That's what's got to happen now, Zero. Well, how are they getting out of this one? The group behind the Mario and Luigi games? Oh, yeah, you're right. That was tragic. Man, I used to love the Mario and Luigi RPGs. Oh, I should play one of those on stream. Fuck, those are fun games. When's the last time I streamed a Mario game? Yeah, I haven't played one of those in a while. The engines of the helicopters around were clearly more powerful than the ones in the media's news choppers. I recognized the sounds from the time I'd spent in the wartime world line.
言っただろう。ここは間もなく
I told you, didn't I? There's about to be a war over the time machine right here. Fucking Suzaha is like, I told him a year ago! Shut the fuck up! I hate you! Okabe just stands there to himself like, Leskinen did mention something about World War III, and Suzaha just kills everyone on the roof. Every single person. Yeah, there's another Steins Gate game in the works, but supposedly it did not have anything to do with the cast of this game. The World War III is about to begin? Surprised Pikachu face? Says Okabe. What do you mean World War III is about to happen? I had no idea. If only someone could have warned me. Fucking Suzaha blows out his kneecaps. I would totally have not let this happen if only I knew. I had access to a time machine. So many good memes could have been made. Hey, I've been spitting out banger Steins Gate memes for the last month. Alright? I've been working hard to make memes for this game. I'll let you know. I'm sure the people here have no idea a world war is about to begin in the middle of their city. Leskinen sounds so happy about it. The people laughed at my memes, but my my final meme for today's stream has a 22% upvote rate right now. It is not as well liked. Oh well. And then Leskinen leaned up against the wall, sat down, and stopped moving. Whether he'd passed out or gone into a coma from brain damage, I didn't have time to find out. Shoot this guy! It was like the air in the city had gotten heavier. It's from all the pollution from all the helicopters. That's how it felt. A chill ran down my spine. I'd spent a month at war in that world line, and the same future was about to begin. And Okabe still didn't learn his fucking lesson! I really hope this turns around soon, because I was liking the Kurisu route to the true end much better. Something like that couldn't happen in Japan. It was like a TV show or a movie. What do you mean it couldn't happen in Japan? If there was another world war, Japan is like one of the most likely countries for it to be one, statistically. Like, of the two world wars, Japan is like 2 for 2 for being a major fucking player in world wars. I knew instinctively that this wasn't fiction. It was, in fact, an educated guess based on inferred history of world wars. There had been signs since 6 months ago. More like since a year ago when Suzaha told you a year ago. Here in Akihabara and Tokyo in Japan, spies and soldiers from all around the world had been working in the shadows. Was Japan involved with World War I? I mean, it's a world war, right? Everyone's involved. But probably not as major of a player as they were in World War II, actually. Oh my god, Wandering. My hair is tangled up. In what? Japan was still destroying China and the rest of Asia. A quick Google shows Japan participated in World War I from 1914 to 1918 in an alliance with the Entente powers and played an important role in securing the sea lanes in the West Pacific and the Indian Oceans against the German Navy as a member of the Allies. But yeah, obviously they're much more known for World War II. But still, statistically, of all the countries likely in being in a world war, Japan's pretty high up there. Going to sleep? Have a good night, man. So I'd known this would happen. Again, still funny that he's like, I'd known this would happen in reference to, like, other things that had happened, not the fact that Suzaha grabbed him, like, a year ago and was like, yo, this is gonna fucking happen. He's still not listening to Suzaha. That's why this isn't the true end. Because I refused Suzaha's request, because I wished for the world line where Mayuri survived, I doomed over 5 billion people. But to be fair, in the Alpha world line, it's not like there's a good future either. Even if you had picked the world line where just Kurisu survived, you still doom people because of the CERN overlords. It's not as bad as 5 billion people dead, but it's still not great. I was the one who chose this. It was me. Uncle Ocarine! I looked and saw Suzaha was pushing Mayuri into the time machine. We're gonna have to jump to the past. Huh? Take care of Kagari. Suzaha had no idea that Kagari was already dead. She leapt into the cockpit. I raced over and grabbed the hatch and looked inside. You can't mean a year ago? You're going back to that day so suddenly? What is Okabe doing? There are literal military helicopters surrounding you right now. Like, there's not many other options, dude. It's not sudden. I've only been saying we're gonna have to time travel around this time for about a year now. And we're not going back to that day. She was tapping commands into the console as she spoke. What do you mean you're not going back to that day? I'm borrowing Mayuri for a while. Mayuri was already strapped into a seat. Just like I was when I jumped a year ago with Suzaha. Mayuri. I heard fierce gunfire and screams in the distance. It looked like some of the spies had started fighting each other. Kagari may have just wiped out a force from one nation, but an army from an entirely different one was still coming. Ocarine here. Mayuri handed me a smartphone. I took it without thinking. I can't get a signal, so I'll give this to you, okay? Read the message. It'll tell you how Mayushi feels. Wait, why are you going? If you go, it won't change anything. You can't do anything. And if you go, you won't be able to come back. It can't be you who does it, Ocarine. This is Mayushi's job. I don't understand. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't either. What's the plan? Please get out of the time machine, Mayuri. If you leave the wheel of causality, then I won't know why I chose this world line. Mayuri gently rubbed my cheek. She smiled sadly. She pushed my shoulder. It threw me off balance and made me let go. That's actually kind of funny. She like baits him in, is like, Ocarine, and then goes, boom! The hatch closed. Mayuri, wait! It was too late. By the time I grabbed back on, the hatch was sealed. The controls were biometric. Only Suzaha could open it now. The time machine started to roar. A pale light began to gather around. I'd seen this before in the Alpha World line. Why, Mayuri? He's not even going to get a chance to read the message on the phone, and we still don't know what the fuck Operation Arclight is. A group of armed men kicked open the door and swarmed the roof. They were highly trained military operatives. And then an attack helicopter descended from the skies. The soldiers started to shoot at it. But the helicopter seemed to ignore them as it hovered in place. I realized the powerful rocket launchers on either side of its body were aimed at me. No, at the time machine. It can't be. Don't! But my worst fears were realized. The helicopter fired. They headed straight for the time machine. It was still there, shrouded in light. The second I yelled, a powerful blast blew me back. Bruh. The next thing I knew, I was crawling on the ground. I saw some of the soldiers had already joined the mountain of corpses on the ground, and some of them were still shooting at the helicopter. I stood up as fast as I could. My whole body felt like it was on fire. My skin was burnt. My clothes had been blasted off. Don't worry about that right now. What about the time machine? I looked up towards where the time machine had been. If it had jumped in time, it should have been able to avoid the rockets. However... Wasn't expecting that either. Scraps of metal were everywhere. I could tell they belonged to the time machine. Did they not make it in time?
Suzaha. Mayuri?
I looked around in a cloud of smoke.
Na, Mayuri.
Mayuri, where are you?
どこだ? Mayuri! Suzaha! 返事をしてくれ!
Answer me. There were bodies everywhere. I couldn't see Mayuri or Suzaha. I couldn't even tell if they were alive or dead. I've got bad news. One of those is likely. There were no bodies. They'd simply vanished. After that, things went far beyond my power to control. Brutal battles took place on the ground and in the sky. I'd seen footage of war in the Middle East on the news. Those same scenes were playing out in Akihabara. I managed to slip through the chaos of the battle and barely escaped the Radicon with my life. Because of complacency, both die in this world line. That's crazy. I had no choice but to leave Kagari's body. I mean, she was dead anyway. I took the long way back to the lab so no one would find me. By the time I arrived, the sun had set and the night sky was illuminated with explosions and tracer rounds. Though I was correct in, Suzaha would have had to have died for there to only be one Suzaha in the future. The entirety of Akihabara was like someone had poked a beehive. The lights were out at the lab. But inside, I found Daru, Maho, and Ferris staring at the monitor.
Okarin!
Okabe-san!
Okabe, I'm glad you're safe. You're hurt. Are you okay? Did you get caught up in the fighting? First aid, quick. Why would Ferris come here instead of, like, they go to Ferris's place? I didn't have the energy to answer. I looked toward the footage on the TV. The reporter was wearing a bulletproof vest and hard hat, screaming at the top of his lungs, trying to drown out the reporters from the other stations. It's a war zone. The area around Akihabara Station and Chuodori has been cut off. US and SDF helicopters and tanks are... Just now, another huge explosion. Is this really Japan? I feel like I'm reporting on a civil war. The government says it's terrorism, but I can't imagine. Then a stray shot from an anti-material rifle, fired by a special forces team from some other country, struck the news van's engine and blew it up. It's exploded! Are you trying to get killed? Get out of here. This is war. You're gonna die. An SDF soldier forced his way onto the screen and yelled at the media to run. A war? With who? Hell if I know. Just after that, I heard another explosion and the video cut off. Did they take a direct hit? Everyone fell silent. It's dangerous here, too. I can't go home. The net's in an uproar. Okarin, where's Suzaha? Did you find Mayuri? Suzaha. Suzaha and Mayuri are... Suzaha and Mayuri either went back to the past, or they're dead. Huh? Daru stormed up to me, infuriated. What are you talking about? Which is it? Well, Okabe's still in pretty hardcore denial, so... An attack helicopter fired a rocket launcher at the time machine. It was destroyed. Suzaha and Mayuri were aboard. They were about to go back to the past. I saw some pieces of the time machine left, but it wasn't everything. Daru. I looked and looked, but I couldn't find Suzaha and Mayuri's bodies anywhere. So I guess maybe they aren't dead. He's not in denial. But it's more of like a Schrodinger's time machine, huh? They're stuck between world lines. Not even a piece. It was like they'd vanished without a trace. They're... Gelyuris. Do you think they made it back to the past? No. They're like it. They're in that one dream that Okabe had where he was just constantly falling through space. That's probably what they're in right now. Did they make it back to the past? If they had made it back to the past, the world line would have changed. The tears I tried so hard to hold back came pouring out. Daru fell to his knees. Ferris and Maho were staring at me, eyes wide in shock. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Daru slammed his fist into the floor. It can't be happening. It can't! I tried to wipe away my tears, and realized I was holding something in my right hand. It was the cell phone Mayuri had given me. She told me to read the message on it. It wasn't locked. I opened the mail folder. There were several unsent messages addressed to friends and family. One of them was addressed to me. Was this what she wanted me to read? With shaking fingers, I tapped the screen to open the message. Uh-oh.
オカリへてってるーまゆしーです
Man, this is gonna be really sad, isn't it? I knew I should probably tell you this face to face, but I wasn't sure if I could say it right. And I wasn't sure what I'd do if you tried to stop me, so I decided to send a message instead. I'm going back to the past with Suzu-san. You're probably mad and you want to know why, right? But it's something I have to do. You see, I was the one who hid my hikoboshi. My strong hikoboshi, who always got back up and laughed no matter how bad things were.
本当は私はなんでってでもだってあの時
I was the one who hid him beyond the dark clouds.
私ね
I was wrong.
勘違いしてた
No one was trying to make you save the future all by yourself.
オカリンの周り
You've got Daru, Suzu-san, Luca, Ferris, and Yuki, and now Maho.
だから今度はね私の出番だってこれはラブメンナンバー002の
This time it's my turn.
初めての
This is my first big mission as lab member 002.
オカリンは
I'm sure you're worried, but I'll be fine.
それにもしも何かあった
If something happens, I know you'll come to save
必
me.
ず助けに来てくれる私の大好きな法院京馬が新しく作ったタイムマシンに乗って必ず
The Kyoma I love will come riding in on a new time machine he made and save the day. I know it.
だから私は行ってきます必ず戻
I'm
ります
going. I promise I'll come back, and I'll come back to you.
戻ってき
So
ます
just wait for me a little, okay?
少しだけ私は法院京馬のことが好き
I love Hoing Kyoma.
でもね
But you know,
岡部倫太郎のことはもっと好きだよ
I love Okabe Rintaro even more. You forgot, didn't you?
お前は俺の人質なんだぞ
Part 500 of me despising the writers. Yeah. Fuck, man. I knew that was gonna be a gut punch as soon as we saw it. I'm tearing up on that one. You can't be my hostage if you go away, Mayuri.
何かあったら助けに来いだと
You want me to come save you if something happens? What kind of hostage are you?
人質のくせに生意気だろ狂気のマッドサイエンティストがお前
An
なんか
insane mad scientist would never go to save you.
お前
You're an idiot.
でも
But I'm a bigger idiot.
もっとバカだったのはこの俺だ
Guilt and despair were tearing my soul apart. It was just like how I felt after I'd killed Kurisu. Maybe I'd be better off if I just fell over and died. I'd do anything to be released from this pain. But in the corner of my tear-blurred vision, I saw it. Hoing Kyoma's final weapon. His last hope. It's the thing that brought me so many nightmares. I staggered to the development room and threw off the cardboard box that was covering it. There it was. The phone wave. Name, subject, and change. Unit 02. The thing that Maho and Daru had been working on behind my back. If I can complete this... I turned around, wiped away my tears, and saw my friends looking depressed in the middle of the darkened room.
お前たちタイムリープマシンの作り方がわからないと言ったな。
But you see, the fact that Mayuri respects his decision is why they're in this mess in the first place. You said you didn't know how to make a time leap machine, right? Will you do what I tell you? I'll give you the answer that Kurisu discovered. And then we'll activate the time leap machine. Maho said the one thing she didn't know was how to compress the memory data. Which means that everything else was finished. And I knew how to complete it. Daru was the first to nod. I thought Okabe discovered it. I'm in. Tell us. I'll help too. It's settled. Yeah. All three responded with no hesitation. They turned towards me and spoke their answers clearly. Alright. Daru, I want you to hack into CERN. We need to remote control the LHC. We'll use that to compress the memory data down to 36 bytes. That's small enough to send it back to the past. Just 36 bytes? You could tell she was a scientist by the way her face went pale at the number. But sometimes this thing doesn't work right. Sometimes it's just a normal microwave. It's the 42-inch CRT in the Braun workshop. The phone wave, name, subject, and change, only works when it's turned on. The CRT TV. So that's it. Just the word CRT was enough for her to figure it out. The life was coming back to their eyes. Then we might be able to finish it after all. But even if we finish it, are you going to start using it now? We can't run human trials without doing anything else first. You're not confident in what you built? He's also done this like a dozen times. Or literally hundreds of times he's time left. But Kurisu already did it in another world line. That's because she's Kurisu. I can't be her. You saw AI Kurisu's message on that channel, right? I always regarded myself as essentially ordinary intellect. Tell her that she's the person I always wanted to be. Tell her that she's the real Amadeus. Also in another world line, she develops the much better time leap machine. God, I don't like that that's not going to pay off. I thought that was a really cool moment. Where she was like, when you see Kurisu again, tell her I beat her time leap record. It takes Mayuri and Suzaha's potential death to get his shit together. Yeah, in the Kurisu route, though, it takes basically World War III happening again, and he's like an old man to finally get his shit together. I kind of like how it goes in the other route better so far. You got Kurisu to say that you're Amadeus, and now you're going to run away. I'm not running away. Don't underestimate me.
見くびらないで。
I nodded back and smoothed back my hair, which had been mussed by the explosion.
京馬こ
Kyoma here. Ferris brought me my white lab coat, which had been hanging for ages on the wall of the development room. When did he announce he was Kyoma again? Ferris said it. I bit down on my lip and wiped away the tears one more time. I took the lab coat and slipped my arms through the sleeves. I spun around so that the hem of the coat flew up. It stood triumphantly in the center of the lab, just as I used to. Then I declared in a loud voice,
これより電話レンジカッコ仮2号機を完成させタイムリープを行う。俺に力を貸してくれ。
You liked the anime version more? I liked the Kurisu version more. The Kurisu route more. Well, I guess I haven't seen the anime version. But I liked when everybody's here, and he successfully comes back from the future, and he decides to do it. And that's when Kyoma comes back, when he finally comes back from the future. Hey, Jacked Up! Does this have a dub? It has a dubbed anime, but not a visual novel. We will now complete the phone wave. Name, subject, and change. Unit 02 and perform a time leap. Lend me your aid.
今度こそ
This time,
俺は絶対
I'm
に
never
諦
giving
めな
up.
い。
I looked at Daru, Ferris, and finally Maho.
たと
Even
え
if I fail the first dozen
何十回
times,
何
or
百
the
回ダ
first
メだった
100,
としても
I'll try again and 1,000 times and a million times or a
何
billion
億
times
回と挑
more.
んで
I'll save
何
them
もかも
all.
全て救ってみせる。
Suzaha, Mayuri,
そして
and Kurisu too.
クリスもだ。これはその最初の
This
一歩
is the
となる。
first step. For the first time in a year, I was back to my old self. Yeah, I like the Kurisu version of this better, or the Kurisu route better. My friends saw me and nodded, their faces filled with resolve. We have an English-speaking visual novel reader instead. Indeed, that's what the streams are. Is me dubbing it for you. Also, why isn't Maho like, what the fuck is going on? When everyone's together, it's a bit too happy, but Kyoma's return is supposed to be happy. It's supposed to be the moment of, like, triumph. If he comes back and they've lost and they're like currently losing, it doesn't really have the same. Because Kyoma's return is his moment of triumph because he successfully makes it all the way back. He time leaps like 3,000 days or something. Kyoma's return is a little bit more light in the dark, but that's what it's like in the Kurisu route. Because the world's already fucked. He sees the future. It took almost 2 full days to finish work on the phone wave. Name, subject, to change. Meanwhile, the chaos in Akihabara continued. It wasn't safe to go outside. Working on the time leap machine while knowing that the battles might reach us at any minute, or that a special forces team might burst in at any time, was a hard job that wore on our nerves. But still, we finished the machine somehow. And so, I time leaped once more. The next thing I knew, I was standing in the middle of an Akihabara alleyway. I was holding a cell phone in my hand. I had a nasty headache, and there was a stinging pain in my neck. I felt a pain on one side of my head, like a migraine, and the left side of my face hurt really bad. My vision flashed with dark and bright spots. I took a look around. The alleyway was peaceful. I heard no gunshots or explosions. The otaku were enjoying their shopping, and girls in maid outfits were calling out to passers-by. That alone was enough to tell me for sure. Oh, I just realized, because it took 2 days to finish the time leap machine, he's only able to time leap to, like, just before the incident. I guess that's convenient. That alone was enough to tell me for sure that the time leap was a success. I looked at the time on my smartphone. July 7th, 5:45 p.m. I had around 50 minutes before the war began. That still wasn't nearly enough time. But the 48-hour limit of the time leap machine meant this was as far as I could go. There's no point in getting negative. If the machine had been finished just a little later, it would have been too late. I should be glad I've made it at all. I remember what I've been doing at this time. I was running around Akihabara looking for Mayuri. First, I need to call Maho. She should have been looking for Mayuri too. Did you find her? I know where she is. Hurry back to the lab. I hung up before she could answer and went back myself. She was already there by the time I arrived. You found Mayuri, right? Don't you have to go get her? Daru was acting a little awkward. Probably because he just hit me. You did it. Huh? I grabbed both of her hands and shook them. Both Maho and Daru seemed confused as to what was going on. I've time leaped here from 48 hours in the future. Huh? Serious? We finish it? Sometime in the next 48 hours? So basically he's going to tell them to get started on building it, like, right now. I'll explain later. There's no time, so listen carefully. A lot of lives are at stake. I'd gone over the mission many times while waiting for work on the phone wave. Ma'am, subject to change. To finish. I thought of everything to say. Yajo, access Amadeus right now and delete AI Kurisu and AI Maho, as well as all their backups. Leskinen's not planning on using them for peaceful purposes at all. What? I can't just... I told you I time leaped here. Akihabara is going to become a war zone less than an hour from now. And they're coming for the time machine. Okay. Actually, a couple questions now that I think about it. So if he is 50 minutes before the war starts... Isn't cell service already dead? How is he able to get a phone call? 2, before we time leaped, didn't we already access the Amadeus servers and there was no data of Kurisu or Maho? Like, they looked and it was already moved off the server, they couldn't find it. How would Maho now be able to delete it? Does anyone have answers to those questions? Because now I'm kind of confused. But hang on one second. I will let someone hopefully answer that question as I be right back. I return. Don't look at me. You're smart. Use your brain to solve. No idea. If service is down, does a time leap still go through? No, because you have to answer the phone for the call to the data is the phone call. The data of the time leap is the phone call. Like it gets transferred over the phone waves. You have to answer the phone to receive the memories. My brain not smart. Head empty. But anyway, also, yeah, what happened to the Amadeus being on the computer?
それが第三次世界大戦の始まりになる。阻止しないと。
That's going to be the beginning of World War III. If we don't stop it, Suzaha and Mayuri both die. Maho and Daru went pale when they heard that.
マジ?
Serious? Wait, are you being serious?
だから
Do as I tell you, please. I can access the data, but to do anything, I'll need the professor's access rights.
そこから先は誰の仕事だ。クラックして
That's Daru's job. Crack in and destroy all data. Leave it to me. Daru started typing at an incredible speed. His daughter's life was on the line. Maho stood next to him and typed in her ID and password to begin accessing Amadeus. I'm going to Radicon. You guys stay here. Take care, Suzaha. Leave it to me. Daru didn't even look up. Why? This seems like a bad plan. But seems like the correct plan here is to just tell them how to build the time bleep machine and give yourself 2 extra days. Or give you a couple extra hours, at the very least. Suzaha, Mayuri. I made it to the top of the Radicon. Mayuri quickly ducked behind the time machine. Mayuri was trying not to look at me. Her eyes were red because she'd been crying. She heard me talking about Kurisu's sacrifice in the Alpha world line. My heart ached, realizing how much I'd hurt her.
Mayuri,
are you going to use the time machine to go back to the past? How'd you know? I've time leaped from 48 hours in the future. I know all about it. Is that true? I nodded. This place is going to be a war zone in less than 30 minutes. So now that he's time leaped, has this messed with the timeline enough to where she doesn't get the Operation Arclight message? Did someone find out about the time machine somehow? Yeah. That's bad. Then we'll have to jump right now. Suzaha leapt into the time machine. Wait just a second. Daru and Hyajo are dealing with it. How? What? They're smart people. It'll go fine, but if it doesn't... you may die. What do you mean, may? What happened to us before you time leaped? Was there some fatal failure before you time... Wait, there was some fatal failure before you time leaped, wasn't there? Oh, is that why you had the headache? Should I tell them? There's no time to hesitate. You were inside the time machine, and just before it jumped, it was hit by a rocket launcher. But I couldn't find your bodies in the rubble. I see.
だから
That's why you said
か
may.
もしれないか。それなら未来は確定してない。
Then the future hasn't been
まだ成
decided.
功の可能性は残
There's
さ
still
れ
a
てる。
possibility of success.
鈴葉なら
I thought you'd say
そ
that.
う言うと思った。
止めないでよ。おじさん、
Don't try to stop me, Uncle. Her eyes filled with resolve. They seemed to say that if I tried to stop her, she'd do whatever it took to ensure I failed. Of course, I had no intention of stopping her. She'd come here to do her job, and there was no way to change her mind. Actually, I'd come here to ensure she could jump without having to worry about Strafo's interference. But Mayuri... The uncertainty that had been going in and out of my mind ever since I'd read her message reared its head again.
なあ、マユリ。本当に行ってしまうのか。
Mayuri, are you really leaving? Bro, you know this is about to be a war zone. Why the fuck wouldn't you let her go? If you want to keep her safe, probably don't let her be where the like, attack helicopters are about to show up. You're wasting her time. Let them go now, before the war starts.
お前に隠し事をしていたのは
I'm sorry I didn't tell you.
謝る。でも、
But I,
俺も
Kurisu, and everyone
クリスも
else, we love
みんな
you.
がそんなお前を助
I
けた
came
く
to
て
this world line because
こ
I
の世
wanted to
界線
save
に
you.
たどり着いたんだ。なのに、お前
So
が
if
行っ
you
てしまった
leave,
ら、
we...
俺は、
おかり。
いや、
I know exactly how
お
you
前の
feel,
気持ちは
but
ね
Uncle
え、おかりお
Okabe,
じさん、
Suzaha spoke softly.
オペレーションアークライトが発動したんだよ。
Operation Arclight has begun.
オペレーションアークライト。
私が聞かされていた当初の計画とは違う。戻るのは去年の7月28日じゃな
It's
く
not
て
the original plan I was told about.
8月21日に
We're
な
not
る
going back to July 28th. We're going to August 21st. Huh?
8月21日
That was the day Suzaha first arrived on this world line in her time machine. And the day I'd given up.
そのオペレーションにはマ
We
ユ姉
need
さんが
Mayuri for
必
the
要なん
plan
だ。
to work.
未来の父さんから私はそう指示を
That's
受け
what my
た。
dad told me from the future
つ
just
いさ
now.
っき。
なんだって、
In the future, Daru came up with an operation I knew nothing about. He needed Mayuri. Her unexpected words sent my mind reeling.
おかり。
Damn, Daru's the one that actually finds Steins gay, huh? The true protagonist comes through again. Crazy. Mayuri came close enough for me to hold her and grab my hand. She looked like she was close to tears. But her eyes were clear.
マユリ。
行かせて。
Let me go, okay?
マユシーもラボ
Mayushi's a
メン
lab
バーだ
member
よ。
too, you know?
落ち込んじゃってる彦星さんをマユシーがひっぱたいてきてあげるから。
Mayushi is going to take her glum Hikoboshi and slap him across the face.
お願い。
Please. I remembered what was in the message. I understood how she was feeling here at this very moment. The last remnants of my hesitation melted away.
俺
I
一人で何もかも背負ってる
I
と
thought I was carrying all the burden
勘違い
myself,
していたん
but
だ。
I was wrong, wasn't I?
周りのことが
I couldn't see what was right in
見
front
え
of
て
me.
なかったんだな。
This is Magneta actually writing this line?
マユリだけじゃない。
It
俺の
wasn't just
近く
you,
には
Mayuri. I had all the rest of the
た
lab
くさ
with
ん
me
の
too.
ラボメンたちが。
おかり。
What? I suddenly felt a horrible pain in my leg, as the shock knocked me several meters forward onto the ground. I looked down at my leg and saw there was a red stain around the calf. Felt like it was on fire. The pain flared up each time my heart beat and I couldn't stand. Was I just shot?
お前
Kagari. A girl in a motorcycle suit was standing there. Oh, this is different. Kagari had a handgun in her right hand, and in the left, she was holding what looked like a bomb. There was no sign of the professor or the other men in camo. That much was fortunate, but Kagari had shown up a little earlier than expected. I hadn't quite planned for this, but evidently I'd run out of time. Suzaha, get in the time machine now. What? I'm sorry for being stupid. Daru's capable of doing whatever it takes to protect you. He's never going to fail, you know that. So the machine will be fine, right? Of course. In fact, there was no sign of anyone but Kagari showing up. That meant that Daru and Maho's efforts had been successful, and they kept the secrets of the time machine out of Stratfo's hands. What? I thought Kagari is the one that leaks the info to them. How do Daru and Maho doing anything keep the info out of Stratfo's hands? What? Mayuri, you two hurry. What about you, Okabe? She was looking at my injured leg and panicking. Don't worry about me. I'm not gonna die for another 14 years. Kagari fired again. The bullet struck less than 30 centimeters away from where I was lying. Nobody moves or I'll kill him. Don't get in the time machine. I'm gonna give it to the professor. And I'm going to have him tell me how to use it and go back to the future. Forget about her. I'll handle this, just go. You too, Suzaha. Leave Kagari to me. Got it. Mayuri, inside. What? Suzaha pushed Mayuri inside out of my sight. Take care of Kagari. He's just gonna get his ass beat for a couple minutes. Roger. Suzaha followed Mayuri inside. At the same time, the hatch started to close. I told you not to do that. Kagari ran up. I forced myself to stand up, ignoring the piercing pain and blocked her path. I won't let you interfere. Shut up. Move. I refuse. Move. Kagari kicked my injured leg. Hard. The pain made me so dizzy I could hardly stand. She slipped past me and tried to grab on. She was going to use the bomb in her hand. If she did, things would turn out the same as last time. My time leap would be wasted. Get out, or I'll use this bomb to blow up the machine. Stop! I grabbed her from behind and wrapped my arms under hers. I pulled her away from the machine, ignoring the pain in my leg. If you do that, your mom's gonna die. But I... Calm down, please. Mayuri tossed a hard drive to me from an almost completely closed hatch. What fell on the floor was the thing Kurisu had left behind for Maho. What? This is Kurisu's. How'd it get in here? I thought Russia destroyed it. Don't get mad at Dad. I think he's going to need it for the time machine research. I could just barely hear Suzaha's voice from within. So that was it. Daru hid it in the time machine? Bye, Okarin. I'll come back, okay? I could see Mayuri looking at me from the small gap. That's right. This was a temporary goodbye. I'd see her again. Right? So I would send off my brave lab member 2 with my head held high.
頼んだぞラボメンナンバー00に椎名真由里
I'm counting on you, Mayuri.
オペレーションアークライト完遂しろ
Execute Operation Arclight.
情けないこの俺を引っ叩いてきてくれ
Slap me in the face for being so pathetic. Leave it to me. Okarin, I love you. Yeah. I know. Oof. Oh no. She got Han Solo'd. Oh no. I smiled as the hatch sealed completely shut. The time machine started to roar. I felt like I heard a helicopter in the distance. I believed in him, but for now I had no proof that Daru had been able to crack the complicated Amadeus system and delete every bit of data. It was possible Special Forces teams from all around the world were converging on Akihabara right now. But they would be here already. That's the problem. They would have known where this was a while ago. Like, they would have been here already. It's not like they find out in 30 minutes all of the U.S. armed forces get over here from the fucking U.S. Imagining that made me want to hurry. Quickly. Go quickly. I felt like praying as I watched the pale light surround the time machine. Don't go, Mommy. Big sis Suzaha. Look, you've made no effort to talk to them in this world line. I don't know what to tell you. Gari's cry went unanswered, just like Mayuri's confession did. A bright light covered the time machine and it vanished from this world. It worked. Gari sobbed and glared at me with eyes full of hate. Why? Why'd you let Mommy go? She shook away my hands and pointed the gun at my head. I stared her dead in the face. Your wonderful mommy is gone with Suzaha to scold a stupid man who ruined the world. She's going to do something very important for the sake of the whole world. You're lying. Mommy and big sis Suzaha both left me behind. I'm not lying. I'm about to make it so you can meet Mommy in a much happier place. So let's stop this, okay? I can't believe that. I know you'll believe me. Because I know who you really are. And how kind you really are. How do you know how kind she is? We don't know Kagari in this world line. The gun barrel started to shake. You know me? I do.
俺は
I've time leaped from 48
48
hours
時
in the
間後
future.
から
Kagari put her hands to her head as her body spasmed with pain. This is again another reason why I would have liked if the world lines kind of converged or the other routes converged a bit, so Okabe kind of knew who she was. That would have been better. Like the Zero Escape style, like the other routes help him understand what's going on here. Hang on one second. I return. Did the time machine leave? Yeah. But I feel like since the time machine left and he didn't feel the world line change is not a good sign. Kagari puts her hands to her head in spasms with pain. I hear the voice of God. It tells me not to believe you. How advanced does Leskinen's brainwashing become in the future where it can, like, update her as she goes? Did he, like, download his personality into her head? Yeah, 2036 brainwashing goes crazy. You're a liar and an enemy. It says if I kill you, I can go back to mommy. It says to kill the bad man who's trying to destroy the world. And then I can go back to my old world. Kagari wasn't making sense. Was this brainwashing? Had the professor done something so cruel? I don't understand, I don't understand, I don't understand. I don't either. What the fuck? I grabbed the flailing hand that held the gun and looked deep into her eyes. She was crying and scared.
聞くんだ。
Listen,
ママはきっともう戻って
Mommy's not
こない
coming back. But you said you would see her again.
でもこれから俺たちが頑張れば
But if we do our best,
もしかしたら
we can make a world where
Mama
you and
mo
Mommy
kimi
can be happy.
幸せな形で一緒に暮らせる世界が
Turns out all we need to do to overpower the brainwashing was the power of friendship all along.
君のママは
That's why she traveled through time.
そのママの気
You
持ち
mustn't
を
waste the chance she gave
台
you.
無しにしちゃダメだ。君は
You can still start over.
今からで
神様の声に
It's okay to disobey the voice of God.
逆ら
あ
Yeah. The voice of God she was hearing was probably the professor's brainwashing. How far had its claws sunk into her mind? I had no way to tell. But now we had Maho, a specialist in brain science. If we work hard, I'm sure she'll be okay.
ね
Hey, Okabe.
え岡部さん
Would she even know him and or remember him? What? Her voice was normal again.
ママに
I want to see Mommy.
会いたいよ
We just said Mommy's not coming back. Are you listening?
ママはきっともう戻ってこない。
Just a reminder. Literally just said it. What is up with your mommy issues?
会えるかな
Can I? No. Mommy's gone.
会えるさ。いつか
Someday.
よかった
I'm glad. Man, Okabe really just getting shot the fuck up. Oh. There was another gunshot. Kagari's body collapsed in front of me. A double twist! She's like videotaping it. Streaming it live on fucking TikTok. Yo! I just killed this bitch on the roof. She said she was from the future. More like the dead zone. It's so weird that she's got her phone up for this sprite. What the fuck? I looked to where it came from and saw another girl in a black motorcycle suit. She wasn't wearing the helmet, so I could tell it was Moeka, pointing a gun at us. Her face was pale and she was crying.
なんで
Why are you here?
なんでお前がこんな
Starting the next World War!
なんでだよ桐生萌えか
Why, Moeka?
FB ねえ FB 私あんな女になんか騙されなかったこんなの偽物の携帯だって分かったよ
Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. I also kind of forgot about this. This was like kind of a random note that wasn't really mentioned. Again, I forgot that she was like nursing Moeka back to health for some reason. FB, hey FB, I didn't let the woman trick me. I knew this was a fake phone, so please don't abandon me, FB. The cell phone fell from her hands. Another shot from her gun blew it into fragments. Like what? But she had it out just for that dramatic moment? I don't understand. Hey, Vibin, what's up, man? Like, I legit don't understand. Moeka would be a horrible streamer. I mean, she would be a VTuber that used text-to-speech. Okabe doing last-minute therapy for multiple people. I still like that she just had her phone out so she could drop it and then shoot it in front of everybody. I held Kagari in my arms. Her chest was turning red. Oh. What is happening?
おいしっかりしろ
Hang in there. I'm glad.
神様の言う通りにしても
Even the voice of God wasn't right all the
間違
time.
うこと自業
This is my
自
punishment.
得 彼女の心を踏みにじって
I destroyed her heart and tried to
利用
manipulate
し
her.
ようとしてごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to grow
こ
up
んな
like
子
this.
になるつもりじゃ
What is happening?
ねえ
Mommy, where are you?
ママ
Where are you, Mommy?
どこ
Her voice grew thinner.
どこなの
Moeka collapsed some distance away. We have to go back to save Kagari no matter how many times. Look, I know Okabe said we had to save them all. But he just meant the OG cast. Her eyes were unfocused and all she did was mumble. She didn't seem capable of coherent thought. Kagari hasn't been capable of coherent thought for like the last 20 hours of this story. Both of them would be in danger if I didn't get them to a hospital. Why would Moeka be in danger? Did she shoot herself? However, Leskinen came out and shot me. Dozens of men in camo jumped over the fence on the roof out of nowhere. What? Even Daro and Maho couldn't succeed in this short a time span. Or was this world line going to converge so that the war started here no matter what? But it wasn't a waste.
無駄なんかじゃなかったさ。
And nothing else, they'd bought me time. And that had delayed the attack long enough for Suzaha and Mayuri to leave. In this instant, we'd had already won. The way forward was uncertain, but there was no doubt that the path to Steins Gate lay before me.
目標1ロスト
Target 1 has been lost.
目標2目標3もロスト
Target 2 and 3 have been lost as well. What's going on? The leader was talking on his radio. I get confused if Reyes works with Leskinen or against Leskinen. Depends on the world line. In some world lines, she's with him, like when they brainwash Maho. In other world lines, she's against him, like in the Twin Automata world line where she shoots Leskinen. Just kind of depends how she's feeling at the moment. But normally she's with the US military, whereas Leskinen is with Stratfo. As it were. I saw the attack helicopters. I heard the siren again. Then the guerrillas started jumping off of the helicopters. The war was starting. Just as I thought. Even time leaping couldn't change that. Well, you knew that already.
Rintaro じゃないか
Is that you, Lintalo? Leskinen appeared behind the men in camo. That's right. He was a secret member of Stratfo, just like them.
なぜここに
What are you doing here?
カガリは
Is
死んだのか
Kagari
い
dead? Just play dumb. Is who?
聞かせてくれリンタロ
Tell me.
タイムマシンはどこ
Where
に
is the time machine? I lay Kagari down on the ground and slowly rose back up. I still somehow had not passed out from the blood loss in my leg. Blood wouldn't stop coming out of the wound on my leg. The pain was getting worse. But even still, I stood up proud and strong. In front of the men with their guns. In front of the attack helicopters with its rocket launchers. In front of the professor. In front of the war that was about to begin. And laughed as loud as I could in that voice. And then they shot him. Listen well, you fools. The time machine you bastards sought to obtain is gone. It no longer exists in this time. Too bad. Writhe in anguish. Tremble in fear. The great Hoin Kyoma is against you fools and even the will of the world. No matter what, I will find the path to Steins Gate. That's right. This was the beginning of the long, long epigraph necessary to reach Steins Gate. The definition of madness is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. One of the most overused sayings. Einstein had once said that, when he despaired of the human folly. But now I would gladly give myself over to that madness. I would use every bit of dedication and obsession within me to seek the lone, different outcome, which the laws of God could not reach. That is my choice. And then they shot him. Is this gonna do the same thing again for the true end? Where, like, in the middle of the credits, just like last time, it'll pop up? I think the Kurisu route does that way better. Honestly. Like... I think I would have liked the Kurisu route to transition into the true end a lot better. Because I like that he makes it to the future. He sees the dystopia. And then time loops back. Like, that's kind of a mess situation there. I don't get... So what, he just immediately gets captured by Leskinen? Or he gets shot by the military? Like, what? The world line didn't change when they time traveled. You cool with anime spoilers? No, not yet. I'm gonna watch the anime. Fubuki moment. Lamau XD Fubuki. I think the anime makes it more palatable. Yeah, like I said, I like the Kurisu route. I think transitioned to like the awakening, the return of Kyoma, him getting his confidence back after he saw the future, after he held his dead friend in his dead friend in his arms. He got a taste of that future, and then he had to battle back by time leaping 3,000 times. And then knew he had to do it again. That was cool.
因果は成立した。計画の最終段階について話そう。
Like, and then like knowing that that was going to be him making it to the future again, but with everything he had learned to get this D-mail sent. Oh wait, are we about to skip his whole battle to the future? Now that the casual link has been established, allow me to explain the final stage of the plan. From what I heard, Fubuki chapter was cut mid-production and remnants are left. Agony. The chapter I wanted most. Not the fucking Mother Goose route. Why would you cut the Fubuki route? The purpose of this plan is to change divergence and reach the unknown world line called Steins Gate. By the way, I'm the one who named it Steins Gate. You, of all people, know why I chose that name. It doesn't really mean anything. Isn't that right? So we just skipped the whole future thing. What? Wow, okay. Another reason why the Kurisu route might be better. 2025. The Future Gadget Laboratory, aka the Lab. It was also the headquarters of the resistance organization Valkyrie. Once located in a room in a multi-purpose building in Akihabara, it had been moved to a new base after World War III. The place was far too filthy to be called a lab. But it was, without a doubt, the home of the best minds in the world as they searched for a way to reach Steins Gate. In the center of the room, Okabe was delivering a monologue, posing like a stage actor as his white coat flapped. Is Paris just recording a home video? That's funny. We reached the moment you're in right now because we both wish to save Kurisu. My preparations are complete. The rest is up to you. The final phase of Operation Skull will now commence. Your mission: change the outcome without changing established events. Kurisu. aka Maho was staring at him, annoyed from a distance. What? I like all the lights and stuff. Her nickname is Kurisu? Yeah, that's pretty rough. The future video we assumed was a grungy homemade video Okabe recorded on the eve of his death. It was a professional video by Okabe. Yeah, I see that. Kurisu was Maho's code name. Yeah, I'd be annoyed too. Maho turned toward Daru, who was sitting right next to her. Is that really the right way to go about this? Yeah, probably. Daru was grinning. He was history's greatest super hacker, and he loved hoeing Kyoma too much. Isn't Okabe going to be embarrassed when he sees that with everyone else in 2010? Don't worry. Back then, he was even more amazing. You mean cringe? Oh, I see. Maho sighed and shook her head. But even as she sighed, inside she was so sad that she felt her heart was going to burst. She probably wasn't the only one feeling that way. Daru, Luca, and even Akiha Rumiho, who was doing the filming, all seemed a little sad when they thought about what was to come. Why are they sad? You guys can't see the Ferris outfit? Excuse me, she's not Ferris anymore. There you go. Deceive yourself. Deceive the world. That is the choice which will lead you to Steins Gate. And then Okabe walked toward the camera that Rumiho was holding. He insisted on standing away from the camera with his back turned to give it more atmosphere. So why was he walking toward it now? Maho sighed again. He doesn't die until 2025, but we know he doesn't even die in 2025 either. He just gets fucking comatose or whatever. Okabe took the camera from Ferris and brought the lens up to his face. And then he said the final line. I pray for your success, you insane mad scientist. And then he stopped the recording. And the video message to the past was complete. It had taken 15 years to get to this point. Why? It was such a long time. And at the same time, it felt so short. That should do it, yeah. Now we just send it along a D-mail back into the past. Luca, don't screw up the recipient or timing, okay? Right. We'll send those to your phone in 2010. And Daru's video message goes to Suzaha in 2011. You got it. Okabe came over to Maho and the others, his white lab coat flapping as he walked. Good work. The way to Steins Gate is now open. How did we get here? I feel like we've skipped a lot. This is all I can do. The rest is up to me in 2010. Yeah. What is it? You look so glum. It's because everyone's so worried. Our first trial of the time machine is going to be a manned experiment. Maho looked up at the huge time machine. Unit number FG C193 behind them. It was almost the same shape as the C204 model that had appeared in Akihabara in 2010. But it was still a prototype with many unstable parts. Don't worry. I trust my talented right arms. It'll be a success. You're going to die in 2025 in this world line. That's unavoidable. But that doesn't mean I want to see you commit suicide. They'd had this debate 1,000 times. Maho herself had thought she'd come to terms with it, but at the last minute she found herself bringing it up again. We don't get to see older Maho, that's also heartbreaking. You're right. Suzaha told me once I was going to die in 2025. She said I died saving Mayuri from a thug with a knife. Mayuri's not here right now, but the world lines always converge. I was sure I was going to die in 2025, but... Okabe flipped his white lab coat up a little too dramatically and put his hand to his chest. I don't necessarily have to die, do I? Vanishing from the year 2025 is the same as dying, isn't it? What do you mean? This theory was new to Maho. In other words, I don't have to die to leave the year 2025. I can travel to another part of time and space in our first time machine.
ものすごいポジティブ
That's
シン
some
キング
serious positive thinking.
でも
But as a theory, it works,
仮説
right?
としてはありだろう。世界は騙せる。
The world can be deceived.
別の世界線か
That
ら届い
message
た
from
その
another
メッセー
world
ジは
line gave me courage.
俺に勇気を与えてくれた。
Trick world, linking each possibility. Which one is this?
これから俺がやろうと
What
し
I'm
てい
about to
る
do is also a trial run for
オペレー
Operation
ション
Skull.
スクールの
そう
You're right.
確かにそうね
But to Maho and the others, it was the same. This is the Okabe from the Kurisu end you like? No, it's not. Oh, the Kurisu route Okabe is the one that sends that text? I'm kind of confused, not gonna lie. After 2025, Okabe would be gone. He would never come back. He wasn't saying it, but he knew it too. He stared at each of his friends for a moment in turn, as if to help him memorize their faces. Most of the founding members of Valkyrie and the former members of the Future Gadget Lab were here to see him go. Daru, Ferris, Luca, Maho. And standing quietly in the back, Yuki. A 7-year-old Suzaha was hiding behind her legs.
みんな今日まで
Everyone, thanks for coming this far for someone like me.
だが
But the battle against the laws of God continues.
次は
The next fight is in 2036.
それまで
Until then,
よろしく
keep it up.
ワルキューレの健闘を祈る
Good luck, Valkyrie. Why isn't that Maho's nickname? As she listened to Okabe's final goodbye, Maho tried her best to stop herself from crying. She couldn't cry. She decided long ago that she'd keep hope in her heart as she watched him go.
よしそろそろ逃げた人質を捕まえに行くか
Alright. Time to go catch my escaped hostage.
鈴葉のことも
Take care of
よろし
Suzaha
く
too.
な。
任せろ
Leave it to me.
こいつに乗せてあるカーブラック
With the
ホールの
curved
トレーサ
black
ーが
hole
あれば
tracer loaded into this thing, I'm sure I'll be just fine. That was a special device that only the C-193 was equipped with. It was capable of tracing the space-time distortion continuity created by a curved black hole, anywhere from 7 million years in the past to the future. You could call it a time machine tracker. It had been specially designed to allow them to find another time machine. Of course, they had only one reason for making it. To find Mayuri and Suzaha, who had gone beyond the space-time horizon in 2011. What? They'd guessed that when the battery on C-204 failed, it lost the ability to properly time travel. So after finding them with the C-193, Okabe would give them a spare battery and send them back to this time. If possible, he'd go too. If they could do that, the mission would be 100% complete. But doing that with this prototype time machine would be difficult. Okabe had to have known that. Perhaps he was still thinking of sacrificing himself to send Mayuri and Suzaha back to this time.
じゃあ行くよ
Alright, I'm off.
おう
See ya.
待って
Wait,
待ってください
the last member of the Future Gadget Lab, Shina Kagari, came running onto the floor. Why is she here? Mayuri's not.
かがり姿が見えないと思ったらどこへ行ってたの
I wondered why you weren't here. Where have you been? Getting brainwashed?
ごめんなさい
Sorry,
これを取ってきた
I
んで
went
す
to get this.
オカリンさん、持っていてください。
Take this for good luck. Kagari handed him a faded green Upa keychain.
いいのか
You sure?
君の大切な宝物
This is important to you, isn't it?
はい。だからこそです。絶対に返してください。
I'm confused.
ママと一緒に。
That's why I'm giving it to you. Make sure you give it back. And bring Mommy back too.
分かった。必ず返すよ。
Got
必
it.
ずな。
I'll bring it back, I promise. Okabe took the keychain and gave everyone one final firm handshake. Finally, he came to Maho.
元気で。
Stay safe.
君もな。
You too, Kurusu.
いや、
No,
魔法。
Maho. Hey.
Hmm?
Yeah?
シュタインズゲートは
Do you think Steins Gate really exists?
マユリさんが死ぬこと
Do you
なく
think there's a world between where both Mayuri and Kurusu
クリス
survive?
も犠牲にならない。そんな狭間の世界線が本当
It
に
was the first time she'd asked that in
あると思う。
14 years, since the battle began on that year's Tanabata.
あるさ。
It does.
絶対に。
I know it. Okabe Rintaro. Hoing Kyoma answered her with a smile. But his smile seemed so sad. Maho couldn't help but cry.
泣くなよ。
Don't cry.
泣いてないわよ。
I'm not crying. I really wanted them to, like, get together in one of the endings. Maho gave him a hug, and swore to herself she'd never forget his warmth and conviction. So she fucking loves him too, yeah?
いってらっしゃい。
Goodbye. Maho didn't age. Okabe didn't really either in this sprite, or in this CG. Okabe nodded.
Yoshi.
Okay, everyone. Step back.
これよりオペレ
We'll
ーション
now
を
begin
開始
the
する。
operation. The name of this operation shall be
オペレーションアルタイルとする。
Operation Altair. He shouted as if trying to raise his own spirits, not just everyone else's. And they entered the cockpit of the time machine. Maho and the others quickly began the countdown sequence to start the machine. Since this was a trial run, they needed to record all the data they could get. A low roar enveloped the whole machine. The vibration and noise were so loud that the building shook. But as far as Maho could tell, the data was normal. The thick hatch of the time machine was closing. There was the sharp sound of it sealing tight, cutting Okabe off from the rest of them forever.
うまく
It's gonna work, right?
いくわよね。
大丈夫。
Don't worry.
キョーマは必ずやり遂げるにゃ。
Kyoma will do just fine. Yeah,
その通りです。
that's right.
不可能を可能にする
He's
人
the
です
man
から。
who makes the impossible possible.
ああ、
That's
そ
our
れでこ
Okabe.
そ僕たち。
オカリンさん。
A rainbow-colored fog started to rise up around the machine. The sound of the engine grew so loud that it threatened to blow out their eardrums. No one could hear a thing.
オカリン。
Daru screamed, unable to hold back.
お前の死が確定してるとか。んなこ
It
とどう
doesn't
で
matter
も
if
い
you're
い。
supposed to die. Come back anyway.
みんなずっと待ってるから。私も
Everyone will be
待ってる
waiting.
から。
Make sure you come
絶
back.
対に帰ってきなさい。
As they screamed, the machine started to fade. And then, just as he'd promised on that distant day, he followed the two Orahimis. The two. With a blinding flash of light, the time machine took off from the year 2025, heading for a time far away, and disappeared. Ooh, an animation. The universe has a beginning but no end. Stars too have a beginning. I can't skip this. But by their own power are destroyed. History teaches that those who hold wisdom are often the most foolish. The fish in the sea know not the land. If they too hold wisdom, they too will be destroyed. It's more ridiculous for man to exceed light speed than for fish to live as ashore. This is the story of those who fought against God's final warning. This is the epigraph of their obsession. Is that it? What? What? I'm actually in awe of what a bad way that is to end it. What? Like, we know what happens already. You wouldn't... You wouldn't, like, just connect the two games? Or the two stories? It's like we know what... Why? Why would you just end it there? I don't even know what they were trying to go for by just ending it there. Like, what? It's not like there's any mystery. There's still so many questions. Go to the world that's still unseen. What, are you gonna fucking put an ad for the, like, the trailer of the anime here too? Like, what? Watch the anime, buy it on Blu-ray. I missed an achievement. I don't know what the achievement is. That's... like such a bad ending. Honestly, like... I'm trying to, like, gather my thoughts here. I missed 2 tips. But there's one other achievement I'm missing that's a hidden achievement. It's not even the 2 tips thing. Spill it. Yeah. Alright. How do I even want to... There's nothing more to explore, dude. That... What a bad way to end this. Okay, so where do I want to start? Oh, that's so disappointing. Because I was feeling so good about this game all the way up to, like, I guess the midpoint. Okay. Let's start with the Mayuri route. I will say, I think I would rather not have gotten to the true end for Steins Gate OG before I played this. Because it just kind of feels like we just totally missed the jump. You know? So, like, Steins Gate OG already has a good build-up and dramatic twists without even the true end. Like, and Steins Gate having to build up to that and then not connecting the dots is really frustrating. And I think it also, knowing the true end, negatively impacted my experience on like how I felt about Okabe's decision making in this game, which made him a difficult character to sympathize with. So that's where I would start first of all, I think. Is I wish I didn't get the true end before I did this. Because the thing that's built up to in this game now doesn't have the payoff that this game builds up to, because I already know it. Because I know how Steins Gate OG ends, because I know what that turning point is that gives you the true end in OG, that makes the build-up for this game fall flat. Because it's like this game is building up to that same moment, and then like presents you that same moment as the reward for Zero's build-up and story. Looks like one of your Reddit posts was deleted. Yeah, it got pretty downvoted, so wonder what it was for. Self-promotion. What was the post? I posted a meme today for the Steins Gate stream, like I always do. Except this one was more of... It was a joke, but it was, the joke was... It was Reyes pointing the gun at, like, Maho, but on Maho's screen was my stream. And I was like, now watch my stream. Like, there is no meme, watch my stream. Because I had been posting memes on the Reddit for, like, the last 3 weeks. They didn't like that. It was fine when I promoted in the comment, but when I promoted in the title of the post, that was too much. You know Reddit doesn't do well with jokes, yeah. Yeah. Very true. And then plus there were no, like, positive comments on the post either. Most people were just like fuck off and stuff. Because the joke was about coming to the stream. So most people didn't take well to that. But anyway, yeah, where was I? Yeah. Someone said, but I refused. Yeah, the mods probably also, when they deleted the post, cleaned up the comments that were inflammatory as well. Like, just telling me to shut up. And things like that. So I assume those comments got deleted. Oh well. But yeah. I lost my train of thought. Welcome back, guy. What was I saying? Steins Gate subreddit's usually never that toxic. I mean, it was fine for all the other posts. Okay, so let me go back to square one then, because I lost my train of thought. And just ramp back up to what I was talking about. So yeah, I wish I didn't play the true ending of Steins Gate OG before I did this. Because, oh yeah, now I remember. I was talking about how, like, Steins Gate OG built up to this dramatic turn at the end that was a huge moment and was really cool. And Steins Gate OG's job was to build up to the same moment, but the problem was with Steins Gate 0 is that it makes another build up and then presents you the same moment as like the wow, and like it's not as cool the second time. So like especially because when they present the same moment, they only do it 75% of the way. Or, I mean, if I could call it 90% of the way, right? Like, they don't complete the loop. We needed to... If you're gonna build up to the same moment again, then it had to flesh out the entire payoff. And it doesn't. It's like, hey, this is where Okabe sent the video. You remember the video, right? Okay, we're done. Like, well, no, the hype wasn't up to the video. I already knew about the video. So yeah, that was rough. So that's my first big critique, I think, is that no. Oh, and it, like I said before too, it also for me makes Okabe a less sympathetic character because I know that he's wrong. I think knowing that he's wrong makes him less sympathetic. Because I think if you play through this story not knowing that Okabe is wrong, but thinking that Okabe is right, because in OG we experienced the fact that he time-leapt over and over again, it doesn't matter. The world line converges. You can't fucking change the past. So if we experience the story as more of like you're with Okabe and everyone else is getting like, dude, you gotta fucking go back. Like, you've gotta try. And then we can stand with Okabe and be like, no. Like, look, you guys might not fucking know this, but it doesn't work. But the fact that we knew it worked and Okabe was acting like it didn't created, like, this dissonance of, like, where it was hard to connect. For me, at least. Because I think it would have been better if we had, like, could stay with Okabe's perspective and be like, look, Suzaha, I know you came from the fucking future. I'm real sorry about it. But, like, there's nothing we can do now. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, I've tried this shit before. It won't work. And then, like, that is it, right? So we spend, like, 5 of the 6 routes, kind of like with Okabe being this drag to everybody, even the player, of like, bro, just fucking try it. Like, you'll figure it out. And then I kind of think, again, because we know the ending, Zero starts overstaying its welcome around the Kurisu route. Like, that's, I think, the moment where the game, I mean, I think Gamer said earlier, the game peaks, right? Where it could have that, like, satisfying payoff and, like, not be too long. Because he gets to the future, he realizes, like, ah, shit, okay, like, we can figure this out. And then he time leaps back to the past to relive the events of Zero and things like that. And then if the story just continued of him after time leaping 3,000 days, gets back, then he makes the video, I think that would have been more satisfying. I think the Mayuri route kind of draws it out a little bit too much. Because the Mayuri route starts to, like, rehash a lot of stuff we already know. Because we did the other routes. Like, it presents a lot of the points that the player already knows as, again, big surprises. Which, again, is an issue of the game letting you do some of these routes out of order. Because the writer has to explain to you, like, hey, Leskinen's bad. But it's like, we already have an entire route that established he's bad. So, now it's overstaying its welcome, because it's not only is the Mayuri route, which leads to the true ending, like, clashing with the Kurisu route, which has a possibility to connect to the main end. But it's also colliding with this Stigma route, where we learn all the information that this route's trying to give. So at this point, the cat's already out of the bag, and the game's already revealed, like, all of the big twists to you, but the route is kind of acting, and the writer's acting the whole time like you don't know what the twist is. Because there's, let's call it 3 pivotal plot twists for the Mayuri / true ending route that the ending wants to give to you as a new element for you to be excited about, but you already kind of know. 1, Leskinen is actually bad. We know that already. 2, that Okabe creates the video to send back to himself. And 3, that what's a good way to describe this one? Okabe is going to live to the future to do something important, which I guess kind of ties into the other one. And like, that's already done better in the Kurisu route. Because the Kurisu route kind of, should I say, ignores Leskinen as being the bad guy? Because now that information already has been given to us, we don't really need to rehash it. We can just assume that he's part of what caused the future to be fucked up. Like, we can safely assume that in the Kurisu route. We don't really need to, like, have that encounter with him again, where he's like, surprise! I'm here to fuck your day up. Also, yeah, can I say fuck the Yuki Kagari plot twist? Who the fuck cares? What was that supposed to be? What? Why? I genuinely don't get why. And I don't know. Did anyone think that was good? Like, what was that? Also, I would just delete the Mother Goose route from the game. I don't think that... I don't think the Mother Goose route provides anything important. Or anything to the overarching story that is useful in any way, shape, or form. Because clearly she already meets up with the group without Mayuri as well. So she's like talking about her mommy in the true end, even though she never fucking meets Mayuri. So, what? And also she's an adult by 2025. Oh wait, no, that's... Okay, that's the time travel loop Kagari then, right? Actually, now that I think about it. That's the Kagari from the first time they tried to time travel. That actually I think is worse. I don't like, who cares? Why is she there? The Yuki thing was surprising. Not sure what the point was. Yeah, I don't get it either. Kagari is kind of stuck. Who cares? I think the recursive Mother Goose route just needs to be gone. And they need to spend that time establishing the seeds of Yeah. Establishing better seeds of Kagari being Yuki / brainwashed a bit better in the other routes. Like, if you just cut this whole route out and then just add, like, extra details into these routes, I think that kind of, like, her character needs support, because I don't get why I care. Like, the whole game, the game really, like, desperately wants me to give a shit about her story, but I don't. Like, there's almost no reason to. She just said, like, half of her lines are just her screaming mommy. And even in the line where we, like, talk about her in the past, or, like, in the future past, whatever, where she's getting brainwashed or whatever, we don't even, like, see the connection with Leskinen there. Like, we don't see Leskinen being the one brainwashing her. So that doesn't fully connect either, or, like, fully loop into the story. Like, at all. And I feel like they don't show Leskinen in the Mother Goose route, because they're still trying to hide the fact that he's the bad guy, even though one of your first potential endings could be the one that reveals he's the bad guy. So, I guess, yeah, if I was to do the Mother Goose thing again, if we couldn't cut the route, I would at least change it up to connect more to the rest of the story. Because it feels so removed about a character that I don't really give a shit about. But if you took Leskinen, a character that we do like, and then instead of just making the last-minute implication in the Mayuri route, in the Kagari route, you show Leskinen, like, fucking Kagari up. That might have been a better payoff. I think, because it would have connected her to a character you cared about, and then the whole time you were in other routes, you could have been kind of thinking, like, okay, is Kagari gonna do something? Is she weird? What's going on? Because that's really all her character is. Like, when she shows up for the first time in the Mayuri route, she kills all the soldiers, but then the second time she's ready to kill Okabe, even though that would upset Mayuri. Like, alright, she kind of just does whatever the plot wants her to do. She doesn't really have, like, a determined character or behavior that, like, makes her make sense. Like, in every aspect, she's just, like, dictated by the plot. Which, I know you could technically say every character is, but it's like, every other character has predictable behaviors and consistent behaviors that, like, make sense to go along with the plot, but Kagari kind of feels like she is spun on a dime to do whatever, like, needs to happen for the story to progress. All the new cast members in Zero feel rushed and messy. I disagree. I feel like Maho has done very well. I like Maho a lot. Other than the weird part in her twin automata route where they wouldn't shut the fuck up about Mozart. Other than that, I thought Maho was very good. Her route also dragged on a bit too much and then kind of didn't end. It's impossible to say if she's Yuki. Well, remember what Kagari said when she was dying in Okabe's arms, is that Yuki is currently a foreign exchange student and was not in Japan at the time. So anytime you see Yuki, it's Kagari, and except the route where Kagari is normal. So anytime there's a motorcycle outfit Kagari, it's Yuki. Anytime Kagari is not a part of the cast, it's Yuki. So I also think, yeah, Twin Automata kind of runs off into nothing as well, and then also doesn't really pay that much off. I think the Twin Automata line or story could have been cut and added into the Kurisu route a bit, because it would make sense in that route where they're kind of fleshing everything out for Maho to also be a more fleshed out member of the group, so we learned a bit more about her and their dynamic. Yeah, I think the way that this would have been better is if you cut these two routes, you add the Maho route into the parts where Maho's character gets fleshed out, into the Kurisu route, so Maho can be, or Moeka can be a relevant character again, and then you merge the Vega and Altair route into the Kurisu route as the true end. Because there's nothing that the Mayuri route really does, except for Mayuri time travel, that the Kurisu route doesn't already do better. And then keep Stigma in as the bad end. Maybe they should have established Kagari like in cosplay or something. Yeah, just anything. Like, anything to make her be her own character. Or not even her own character, but have a character. Like, even if she was just kind of a clone of Mayuri. Or, like, something to tempt Okabe to, like, the bad ending. Of, like, she looks like Kurisu. She's got the personality of Mayuri. It's just something that, and, like, she doesn't want the world line to change. And, like, she can get in Okabe's head because she's got, like, those two things that Okabe cares about. Anything, really, other than just her being like, Mommy! Mama! Mama, Mommy! Mommy, no! Where's Mommy? All the fucking time. The way the stories want to build off each other but can't spoil everything in a route since you could skip it is pretty dumb. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that also is really bad how... I feel like I'm being so, like, unnecessarily rough on this. But that last ending kind of soured me a little bit. How you can't skip some of the scenes because the game is like, it's the dilemma, right, of not only can it not, like, build off of the other routes, it also, like, so it's a double-edged sword and both ends are bad. To your point, Wandering, they can't build off the other routes because they don't want to spoil the other routes, but they also have to repeat the information to you because they don't know if you've done the other routes. So, you gotta, like... Oh, more people joined and then the stream lags. Classic internet connection issues for me. Like, you have these moments where the tension is kind of ruined because it has to repeat information to you just in case you haven't done one of the other routes. Again, the most example that's most recent in my mind, of course, and I think people agree with me, maybe not, is that moment where Okabe is not sure that Leskinen's a bad guy in the Mayuri route, and he's running to the Radicon, and is like, oh my god, Leskinen, what are you doing here? And, like, the player knows he's the bad guy, and he's, like, trying to have his mask off moment where he's like, it was me the whole time. I'm the bad guy. And like, your reaction's supposed to be like, but, like, we knew. And then we spent like a full, like, 10 minutes of dialogue of, like, recapping Leskinen's bad character. Yes, it was me. I work for... And Okabe's like, Stratfo. You work for Stratfo. Like, you're the Shadow CIA. And he's like... and I'm using Amadeus for the military. You're gonna try and run the world with Amadeus in the military. Take the time machine. But did you know that I have... Brainwashed Kagari. Yeah, we got it. She's fucked up. Did you know that she's Yuki? No? Why? Why is she... What? Why? Why? Got you. Aha! I had another twist left in my back pocket to fuck you up. No. Like, he's like just pulling one last trick out of the hat to like at least have one plot twist left available to you if you hadn't done the others. But like, it doesn't mean anything. Kagari being Yuki doesn't mean anything to the story. Like, it doesn't give you an answer to any question. It doesn't provide you information to something you didn't know. It does nothing. Literally nothing. If the helmet came off and it was Kagari, the redhead, what would have been the difference? Truly, what would have been the difference? Yuki spent the year trying to hook up with Daru. But she doesn't even do a good job at it. Because they only go on like one date at the ramen place. Give us what you liked. I liked the Kurisu route. I liked it a lot. They went to the movies. I thought in this route, they don't go to the movies because that's when Okabe collapses on the Okabe and Fubuki pass out on the Christmas party, and then they go to the World War III world line because they collapse and they're going to the hospital and stuff. Daru and Yuki cancel the movie, so they don't go on the movie date. I guess they do go to the movie before a different movie before the ramen date. It's still one fucking date though. Dinner and a movie is one date. I heard there were multiple writers for Steins Gate Zero and it shows. Yeah. Having multiple writers is rough. Oh, can I also say, even though I'm ripping on Kagari here, my least favorite part of the whole game is Fubuki. Before we get to the things I like. I fucking hate the Fubuki thing. God, I hate the Fubuki thing so much. I think the Fubuki thing is even more egregious than Kagari. And it's not even Fubuki that I don't like. It is that they bring up that she's got reading Steiner, and then the only thing that does is, like, add in the Mayuri route. Leskinen knows that Okabe has something to do with time travel. That's all her having reading Steiner is for. But, like, again, at that point, we already know Leskinen's a bad guy, so it's not like Okabe being at the time machine when everyone else is running away from the war zone, and Okabe is running into the war zone to the time machine, would be enough evidence for a fucking doctor that can create AI to be like, huh, Okabe probably has some fucking things to do with this time machine. He knew Kurisu, and he's here with the time machine, running into a war zone. Soldiers, take this dude. Like, the Fubuki thing doesn't need to be established, because the dialogue where Leskinen's acting like, oh, Fubuki told me something very odd. That you knew about other world lines. Suspicious. Like, there's already enough evidence established there for Leskinen to fucking capture Okabe anyway. Or at least try to, because we know he doesn't. But, like, at least try to. Or, like, hold him at gunpoint. It's already established. There's more than enough reasons. He knows Kurisu. He's running into a war zone to get to the time machine. That's suspicious enough already. That Fubuki thing only being used to double up on that plot point is so tragic. That could have been so cool for Fubuki to be a relevant character. And they just throw that away. I wish they just didn't even bring it up. Because they also disregard any of the other characters remembering the world lines. Except for kind of Mayuri remembering that she has bad dreams of her dying, and that's only mentioned in the stigma route. And that's it. None of the other characters are like, oh yeah, this happened. Ever. So, to completely ignore that element is really odd. Because I think adding Fubuki again highlights that issue of the world lines and other people having reading Steiner, because she's just straight up has it like as good as Okabe does, or as strong of a Steiner thing as Okabe does. So now you're forced to remember that that idea exists, and then it's for nothing. Also, what the fuck happened to Nai? Isn't she supposed to be a time-leaping psychopath at some point? Fubuki actually doesn't have the same thing? Okabe's, as we know, is unique? No, I don't think so. Maybe Okabe's is slightly stronger, but hers, like, if Okabe's is S tier, Fubuki's is like fucking A tier. Like, if we're doing a tier list of reading Steiner abilities, hers is like A tier. Like, he doesn't remember anything, everyone else gets mixed memories. He's completely aware of what's happening as well. Yeah, I mean, either way, she's at least cognizant of the other world line switches to a significant enough degree where she can describe them, which is already pushing her leagues above everyone else. And that's fine if hers is like slightly weaker, because Okabe's the protagonist, the main character. His is going to be better. That's fine. Hers has got to be like good enough then where he could have conversations with her about it. I think I would have liked to see a significant more... I don't know, I mean, I guess the world line doesn't shift as much in this game as it did in the previous one, but it would have been more interesting if there were slightly more world line shifts and they could, like, confide in each other a bit. Like, so if Okabe didn't kind of like she's not as smart as Kurisu, obviously, but if she kind of takes that Kurisu role where no matter what kind of timeline shift happens, they can kind of like talk to each other and be like, okay, you just felt that the world line shifted, right? Okay, what should we do? And then that kind of forces Okabe to kind of slightly grow a bit, because he's got to figure out what changes to do, instead of Kurisu being the one to give him those pushes. He can like walk himself through it, but he talks with Fubuki about it to kind of have that like same kind of companionship, but also to build him up more as like becoming Kyoma again, because he's figuring out how to solve the path to Steins Gate without going into his trauma, because he can talk to Fubuki. So, like, Fubuki wouldn't know, but she could be like, yeah, hey, the timeline just fucking shifted. What do we do? And then Okabe's like, shit, no one's ever asked me what to do before about it. And then he, like, walks his way through it. Because it also seems kind of abrupt that he figures out how to change the world line. We kind of skip that as well, like his eureka aha moment. I feel like where he figures out, I mean, I guess again in the Kurisu route he figures it out. But it's again another point for the Kurisu route over the Mayuri route. I don't know. Cut Kagari from the story and give that writing time to Fubuki. That was Okabe's problem in the original. He had no one to talk about. Yeah. I mean, that was a big problem of his, yeah. But, like, the thing that kept him grounded, obviously, was Kurisu. Because no matter what, that's, like, why he falls in love with her, right? Is because no matter the world line, no matter the change, no matter what happens, like, she's always there for him. She cares about him, always believes him, and always tries to help him find a solution. Because she's smart enough to, even though she doesn't have Reading Steiner, she can put the pieces together. Which is why I think Fubuki can be a foil to that, in that the roles are reversed, where Okabe becomes like the Kurisu figure of like having to try to figure everything out, and Fubuki's kind of like stuck in this Reading Steiner world line shift thing where she's like, what the fuck is happening? I don't know. But now, because of Okabe's experience, he at least knows enough about the world line shifts to like explain and try to figure out, okay, this is what we can do instead. How would you rank the 3 adventures you read? I don't know. I like them all the same in their own way. It's kind of hard to compare My Darling's Embrace to any of the others, just because it's so different. I like My Darling's Embrace, though. It's fun. It's not that I didn't like Zero, because again, I think the Kurisu route was awesome. The build up to him being Kyoma again and figuring it out, and you kind of like getting to start that, I think was sick. And I think if instead of the D-mail in the Kurisu route, he just sends the video, I would have not had any issue. I think Zero just has too much going on for its own good. Especially that fact that you know the end already. I think that they felt like they needed to really have a lot of shit going on, but I don't think they did. I think if you just do Stigma, then Twin Automata with some improvements, into Kurisu route, I think that's sick. And then they loop the Kurisu thing into the real end. That would have been so good. Because they just needed to keep it simple. We knew the ending, but with a journey was what we wanted. But it kind of acted like the end was the big reveal again. The build-up to the Kyoma revival was so good. I thought, again, maybe the anime might do it differently. And I know I keep hopping on the Kurisu route because I like it a lot. But I thought the build-up to the Kurisu one was really cool. I think that, honestly, I think the Stigma and the Kurisu route are the only ones that I didn't end the stream, like, bitching about for 20 minutes. Because I know we did that about Twin Automata and Mother Goose. But I thought the Kurisu build-up was so much better. Like, he gets to the future, the big twist, oh god, Okabe was still alive. He lived past 2025. That's a new surprise. That's a twist we didn't know. So the game, then the story's already got like a new plot element over the original. Of like, and it's a believable thing. He comes back in 2036. Even Suzaha's like, what the fuck? How are you still alive? He has that arduous journey of where he's like, yeah, all my friends are dying. This future still fucking sucks. I'm gonna do it. Again, I thought the coolest, Maho's coolest moment in the game gets fucking dropped. I thought that moment was so sick. Even as cool as, like, on the same level of the Kyoma revival was Maho's moment where, you know, thinks she's second fiddle the entire time. And she just wants to beat Kurisu. She wants to, it's so bad. You go through the whole Twin Automata route. And then finally, at the end of the Kurisu route, like, her best friend Maho is the one that's gonna, like, really be the pivotal piece to saving her friend. And as she's sending Okabe back, she's like, hey, tell Kurisu I beat her fucking time leap record. Like, and then it leads to Kyoma. I thought that was so cool. That was, like, my favorite Maho moment. And then they kind of drop it. Like, she's just kind of, like, in the real end, she kind of is just like another girl that falls in love with Okabe and is sad to see him go. We didn't need another girl that fell in love with Okabe. Also weird because Okabe loves her best friend. So like, I mean, like, granted, I wanted one of the routes to be like where he hooks up with Maho or like gets paired up with Maho. But, like, I wanted that to be the bad end, not the true end. That's why I thought that, like, competitive dynamic where you finally get that, like, she finally gets her moment of triumph. Kurisu's not as smart as me. She only could make a 48-hour one. I made one that does, like, fucking 2 weeks. Get shit on. Let her know. And we don't see that payoff. So, yeah. I think it starts to overstay its welcome after that. Maybe people disagree with that. Imagine if you got the Kagari end as your first end. Oh my god. Luckily you're a Kurisu sim. Yeah. So that's what I think. Yeah, Zero forgot that the original was good because it was simple. Yeah. I think there's just too much going on. Because I think they're trying to compensate for you knowing the ending. But the new ending of this game would technically have been the moment right before he sends the thing. Like, the Kyoma revival was the end of this game. Because I don't even really get how Mayuri going back to the past and slapping Okabe is gonna make a fucking difference. Because now there's 2 Mayuris, right? And 2 Suzahas. So that's just weird. And like an necessary point. they merge, obviously. But they don't. Because remember the whole crux of, or move out of town? Yeah, what happens to Mayuri in that timeline now? She's just there. Because remember the crux of, like, what makes Kurisu be like, what the fuck? The anime answers that, too bad! I'm reviewing the game! It's an L for the game story. The game shouldn't point me in the direction of something else. The game says it's over, 100% completed. Too bad, the game. You get stuck with the shit end. But, like, the whole thing is there's 2 Okabes in the same timeline to get to Steins Gate. And that's what makes Kurisu be like, what the fuck? You were trying to, like, what? And that's what makes her, like, try to listen to Okabe. So there's 2 fucking Okabes running around. And he's gotta, like, dodge his previous self and stuff. So, I mean, that's also just dumb. It's overcomplicating it. He doesn't need I don't even remember the Mayuri slap. To me, the thing that, like, I thought was what, like, the moment that makes Kyoma, or, like, Okabe get his shit together and want to go back to save Kurisu is just the D-mail. That's enough. Or the video. That's, like, again, another thing that this game's, like, overcomplicating. Like, you don't need to fucking send Mayuri back to the past. You don't need to send Suzaha back. The video is all that is needed. I mean, maybe they just wanted to give Mayuri her moment. But, like, Okabe is the one who convinces himself to go through with it. And he's going to be the only one to convince himself to go through with it. Zero opens with Mayuri not slapping Okabe, but that's what I'm saying is I don't even remember in the OG one Mayuri slapping Okabe in the true end of OG. Like, that's like such a small note thing that I don't even care about. Like, the video's enough. Don't overcomplicate it. Now we've got, like, fucking 7 people time traveling to get to this one point again. A small but major aspect. Is it, though? I still interpret that scene as Okabe's the one who fucking wakes himself up, not Mayuri. Honestly. I think I said that multiple times throughout the thing. Okabe was the only one that was going to get through his own thick head. Replay true end of OG. Right now? No, I'm not gonna do that. I get, like, you can't, I guess you can't, like, have the crux of your game story in Steins Gate Zero be so dependent on you remembering a minor thing that's happening alongside a major thing. Like, obviously everyone's only going to be focused on the video. So I don't know. Is there anything else that an important point to talk about? What parts did you like? The Kurisu route. Oh, fuck, that reminds me. I also, much like Fubuki, I hate that it didn't feel like AI Kurisu was used enough. I think I described it a bit only. No, I like the stigma ending as well. I described at the beginning of the stream, the very beginning, and maybe I hyped myself up by a mistake here, but, the AI sidekick companion is my favorite, archetype of a character. And I don't feel like Amadeus gets much time to shine in this game, or is really that important. It's important as a plot device, but not as a character. Like, its whole thing is just being like oh, this is a bad thing. And that's kind of it. And there's the plot line basically where, yeah, see, her looking like, Kurisu is a whole thing here. That was another missed opportunity. Like, that's such a small detail that's, like, totally irrelevant that she looks like Kurisu. Like, again, she should be, like, the temptation, I guess, for him to go to the bad end. Like, to go to Dr. Leskinen or something. But anyway. Yeah. Like, make Kagari look like a different fucking character. I don't know. Like, her resemblance to her resemblance to Kurisu is like totally irrelevant. It doesn't mean anything other than for that one moment of this scene. And Okabe's like, "Wah!" and then that's it. Like, it could be an important, or it could be a decent moment. I'm like fucking going on several tangents now as I'm looking through all the CGs. I better stop scrolling through so I can discuss my opinion better. But now I'm on the Kurisu Kagari thing. I think it would have been better utilized that Kagari looks like Kurisu again if she's like a temptation for the bad end. Like where Okabe comes complacent and letting the world go to ruin because he copes that Kagari is Kurisu. Because, like, they tease it in that thing where she's got Kurisu's memories, and he's kind of like, what if she's just Kurisu? Like, fuck it. So, I think her being, like, I guess her being brainwashed, and then utilizing the fact that she looks like Kurisu to manipulate Okabe into going to Dr. Leskinen, and, like, siding with him, and then, like, going into that stigma route because he falls for the, like, to show his complacency, to show that he's given up. He's totally willing to let this, like, random girl just get victimized so he can cope. I'm just kind of spitballing here. If anything, that would make Kagari better. Because, yeah, the thing, her looking like Kurisu doesn't pay off at all. Like, it's just there to be a gimmick thing for a scene. And then that's it. Because it's not even, like, in the future. She's not actually an orphan. She's, like, a Kurisu clone where, like... I mean, yeah, fucking even do a clone plot. Where they, like, try to figure out the time machine. They try to fucking clone a Kurisu and then stick her memories into a cloned Kurisu body so then they can, like, have another person that would figure out the time machine. and the memories work in the Kurisu head because it's Kurisu again, or some fucking shit. I don't know, man. Literally anything would have been better, I feel like. They grew Kurisu in a test tube to figure out the time machine. That's probably a pretty bad line, or pretty bad plot, but like, that's my fan fiction now. Okay, now that another subplot of me remembering that Kagari looks like Kurisu. That pissed me off that this is irrelevant. Because this is the CG where she most looks like Kurisu. In the other ones, she really doesn't. I mean, she does, but, like, not enough. And you don't really see her face enough. The slap is explained in a drama CD? Oh, great. So yeah, back to what was the other rant I was on before I went on another fucking rant? AI Kurisu. Yeah. Amadeus Kurisu. Maybe Okabe choosing to save Kagari would have been a cool thing to show that deep down he still has the will to fight. Yeah, or even that leading to him having the resolve to, keep going with this shit, because he's like, hey, I saved a Kurisu. Maybe I can do it again. Yeah, or something. But yeah, back to Amadeus. Criminally underutilized in this game. Such a huge missed opportunity. For either, maybe even again, for her to, him. And I get that they feel like they couldn't because they had to connect Kurisu back to Leskinen as the bad guy. And like, oh, he's gonna figure out her secrets or whatever. Actually, hang on. How does Leskinen, in the timeline where the true end exists, where he doesn't really confide in AI Kurisu that much, how does hacking AI Kurisu give Leskinen the information where the time machine is? Because Kurisu will never know where the time machine is in this world line. If it gave Leskinen the ability to make a time machine, that would make sense, but I don't get how he gets the time machine's location from AI Kurisu. Because Okabe never tells her that, because he doesn't talk to her. So now it's even more lame, now that I think about it. I'm assuming that's where Kagari is relevant. But then, why... Then why... If he gets the time machine info from Kagari, why does hacking Amadeus slow the military down? Huh. Yeah, maybe make it so each ending is a full bad end. The true end is only good, so reawakening multiple timelines can seem more special. Yeah. Anything, really. Amadeus and Kagari seem to serve the same purpose. Ooh. Yeah, like... What? I've just disappointed myself now. They're both fan service. See, that's the thing though, but they could both very easily not be fan service. Again, you can write out Kagari by just giving Okabe the ability to confide in AI Kurisu a bit more. And then actually hacking AI Kurisu means something. Like, have one of the bad ends be, instead of Mother Goose, he's talking to Kurisu about the time machine, and Leskinen hacks Kurisu. That's how they figure out where it is. Because I genuinely don't remember why hacking Kurisu would be necessary at all, if Kagari gives the time machine location. Hey, remember when this character was relevant in the story? Because I don't. Remember this character? I also don't. So this is Reyes. Russia hacking Amadeus is needed for them to find the time machine. But how does hacking Amadeus give them the time machine? Amadeus doesn't know. This is also a really lame moment. I don't like this. The derpy Okabe face. Luca having a point of view for 3 minutes was random? Yeah. The many main bad guy group people also gets confusing. That I'm fine with. It makes sense to me. If major world powers figured out, like, there was a time machine, yeah, we would fucking fight over it. Like, that doesn't really... I can believe that pretty... Like, I can get behind that without much description. Like, I don't feel like the story really needs to elaborate that point too much. I'm fully on board for, like, there is a time machine, wars would be fought over it. I can easily, without any elaboration, like, go, yeah, okay. Yeah. That sounds about right. Remember when this paid off as well? Oh, wait. This was the best moment in the game. Like, by far. Like, so good. Okabe not knowing how to drive is really funny. Leskinen's face is like sliding off. So, yeah, I'm trying to think of any other things to say. Anything else that's left to cover. God, this was so sad. The potential of Fubuki here. The best seatbelt in the world. So yeah, I do sound like I was really harsh on it. I'm just disappointed. Not really like I hate this or anything. I still liked it. Like, it was cool to see Suzaha get like really upset here. Go back to Xmas Yuki. There you go. I mean, yeah, Yuki's hot, for sure. So much potential. I think that's real Yuki. I actually don't know if that's Kagari or real Yuki or not anymore. Bum bum banana phone. Bum ba dum bum. Like, this was an impactful CG, but also kind of feels like it was wasted. But yeah, I guess basically saying I don't hate this game by any stretch. I like it a lot. Just disappointed. I think the Kurisu route was awesome. And would have, if it ended there, I think I would have liked this better than OG Steins Gate. But the fact that it kept going gave it an opportunity to drop the ball. And drop the ball it did. Not angry, just disappointed. Yeah, I think this game was... I liked it better than OG up until after the Kurisu route. Because that's when I would say it overstayed its welcome. And then I feel like it kind of fumbled the ball. It opened up by continuing on, it opened the door to like way too many confusing questions. It left itself on a cliffhanger ending. Even though we knew the ending, it still managed to be a cliffhanger. And then... This Maho looks so different. This looks like an adult. I think also the game made Okabe out to be an idiot too many times. Which was also disappointing. This scene is weird. Because it does genuinely feel like he's constantly caught off guard by the whole World War III thing. You know? Like, it seems to keep happening, and every time he's like, oh. World War III? Like, yeah, bro. Anything else I should comment on? Did I cover everything? Good game. Not great. Could have been great. Fumbled the ball at the last minute. Press C on the Suzaha CG. Zoom. Enhance. Oh no, Okabe is traumatized. It makes more sense that when shit happens, he'd be calm. Yeah. He still kind of panics every time something happens. Which is, like, weird. Suzaha looks cute here. Damn, get wrecked. Things going as predicted, how could it? Yeah, an excellent point. How could they? I call this scene the oh my god. Leskinen is a bad guy. Like Joseph Joestar needs to be saying here, oh my god, in a super exaggerated way. Suzaha not inheriting the Yuki benefits in this CG. Not getting those Yuki genes here. So yeah, I think I kind of covered everything that I want to cover, in my opinion. Good, not great. Dropped the ball at the end. I'm no psychologist, but I've heard that PTSD and anxiety is more likely to occur in normal everyday situations, but during stressful situations, they're more calm. Depends if the stressful situation is what caused the PTSD in the first place. If it's the same form of trauma, then they couldn't function. You're a psychologist? I wish. I have a degree in psychology, yeah. But I'm not super qualified. But basically, it would depend on the form of trauma. If it's the same trigger, like the same type of thing that gave you the PTSD in the first place, they would still react poorly. But yeah, they would in general react better to stress just because they have more experience being stressed and anxious. So if the triggers are different, they would be fine just because they're so much more experienced with those emotions. Or a lot of the time, the reason why anxiety like messes with people so bad is because like the lack of experience with that emotion. Psychology, is Okabe's mindset mostly real here? Yeah. I think I think one of the tangents I went on in this route, or in this game, I forget what stream it was yeah, me actually saying that all of Okabe's, like, PTSD symptoms are pretty realistic. Like the constant flashbacks, the anxiety attacks, him needing to be on medication to calm himself down. The major thing that also makes sense is avoidance. The fact that he, to prevent, like, talking to Suzaha and like trying to get away from all that. Avoidance is like a major symptom that like that's totally normal. Avoidance is like one of the most common ways people deal with their like PTSD/anxiety. So him like not going to the lab anymore, not putting on those Kyoma performances, not talking to Suzaha, not going to the time machine, that all like lines up correctly. I think all of that's really like well portrayed, and I do think it's a really cool thing that this game does, that it actually like has a character that is anxious and like has to deal with trauma in like a PTSD way. In your opinion, do you think Okabe's anxiety is more reactive in normal situations or the dangerous situations? His awareness of World War III should ensure he's more calm in those dangerous situations, right? You would think, yeah, that is one of my problems with it, is again, like, to prevent that, the game seems to constantly make Okabe like caught off guard that World War III is about to start. Or like that bad things are about to happen. That's what I don't like. Is that he seems to be like surprised every time it happens. Or like the signs start to show like, yeah, World War III is here. He's like, what? Every time, and then like panics. Even though he knows what's going on or what's about to happen. So that's one of the things I don't like. Like, I get that he would still panic, but yeah, not having a little bit more control and like not being caught off guard by it would be better. I think it's weird that numerous times he gets caught off guard by it. But other than that, yeah, all of his symptoms are normal for like someone that's having, you know, PTSD, anxiety attacks. This is like my favorite CG in the game, I think. So yeah, I do like the character having like that level of anxiety. That's not over. Okabe's is not over the top anime, where Moeka's is. Where she's like anxious and just won't talk to people, and like, oh my god, she texts a lot. Compared to like Okabe's like actual realistic form of anxiety. I do wish we kind of got more info as to why the fuck Moeka doesn't really talk. I mean, I know it's because she like gets abandoned by her parents or whatever, and like doesn't have a family, but like, I don't know. R.I.P. this ending not leading to anything. That's sad. Oh, did we ever figure out why Mayuri disappears here? Forgot about the great Moeka fan service, indeed. Moeka's not really that important in this. She just randomly kills, or like shoots at Kagari for some reason. Kagari like does all the hyping up of like, what's the payoff for that too? Where she like heals and manipulates Moeka? Kagari like heals and manipulates Moeka. Did we ever figure out why she did that? Why aren't these CGs stacked the same? Kibai being in psychology gets me more excited for the Chaos games eventually. Are there like realistic, like psychiatric problems of characters in the Chaos games? Or is it just the delusions and the eeriness of it? Kagari never gets mentioned again. I don't think a lot of these characters get mentioned in other stories, right? What do you mean? I don't remember that. What, the Moeka thing? Oh wow, it doesn't even have a CG. There's a scene in this game where Moeka's all bloodied up and has bandages on her and shit. And she's been, like, infected. she has a high fever, and Kagari like withholds medicine from her, so she like gets really sick, and then gets the fake phone and says she's FB. Do we know why that happened? I don't know if Wandering is still here. I mentioned Chaos and he didn't show up, so I think he left, but haven't played in a while, so that sounded weird. I mean, it is weird, though. I don't feel like anything happened with that. What was the question? Couple cool questions here, actually. Why does Kagari heal Moeka? She got messed up during that kerfuffle with the people. Right. I know that. But why does Kagari heal her? And then she gives her the fake phone and is like, I'm FB. Or not, she doesn't say I'm FB. She fakes being FB. Does that lead anywhere, or is that just introduced for no reason? I was asleep at that part, never bothered to go back. Wow. Yeah. Moeka's really sick because she got shot and the wound got infected. Kagari, like, treats her wounds, but drags on her treatments so that Moeka becomes dependent on Kagari. Then treats her, gives her a phone, and writes her a fake text message from a fake FB to try to manipulate her. And I don't know why. Also, why does Kagari go back in time? Does this have any relevance either? I feel like there's so many things that amount to nothing. Why does Kagari go back in time? As an adult here? I'll rewatch this stream. That's fine, gamer. I don't feel like that amounts to anything either. I just feel like there's so many things that don't amount to anything in this. Cut content? It's a visual novel. How did so much get cut? What is this? This is cute, but like, I don't know. I wish this was the more competitive Maho. Old CG. Old CG. Maho is the saving grace of Zero. Yeah, for sure. I wish they, like, touched these CGs back up to make it more like the new art style, instead of just literally putting the old ones in here. You have to read to experience it to say if it's realistic. Well, warning, I'll probably get really annoyed if it's not realistic. Why isn't this touched up? There's only 3 ending things? Oh, hey! The game also explained Deus Ex Machina. That's funny. Alright. Is there anything else we needed to cover or discuss? I feel like I kind of covered all the points I wanted to. Was there anything else? I hope he's trained by Kyoma and I'll make sure it happens. What do you think of Japanese shaman girls? Where are they? That's what I think. You might beat Neon White in one stream. True. Anyway, it was fun watching you read Steins Gate. It was fun having you guys here and chatting. I had a great time. I hope to still see you guys at some of my other streams where I play other games and stuff. If you enjoyed my playthrough of this, you would enjoy my playthrough of other games as well. As I try to desperately convince everyone to watch my other stuff as well. I am the same kind of funny guy in every stream I do, regardless of the game. We're going to take a small break from this side venture universe for a bit here. Let my channel 1 recover from all the copyright strikes. And then we'll get back to a science adventure game. There are still several that exist that we gotta look into. LBP. I believe one called Order or something. Child of Order. I think that's what everyone kept talking about. We might look at that soon. A head filled with order. Who knows? How's the copyright problem? I mean, it's not a big deal. It's just annoying that the VODs don't get recommended to people. I believe Leskinen was evil because he didn't find his shaman girl. True. Steins Gate is quite good, if I say so myself. I would agree. I thought it was very good. I'm glad we did these. I had missed doing a visual novel on the channel, so it was cool to do one again. How's the copyright problem? Still the same. I mean, it's not like anything detrimental, I don't think. Just like prevents my VODs from getting recommended. Which is tragic. Which is why I keep trying to like post things to promote the stream. Need those views to continue the franchise, you know what I mean? Know what I mean? Neon White counts as a visual novel, kinda? I mean, kind of, yeah. It's got enough gameplay that leads into visual novel stuff. Or it kinda has, like, the thing that I was talking about, like a Suzaha game having. Like, bits of gameplay broken up by visual novel. Hybrid visual novel. Yeah, it leads more towards, like, the Danganronpa style visual novel than, the Steins Gate one. interactive visual novel. Do the entire Fate series. Are there a lot of Fate games? No, it seems like there's a lot. Fate is confusing. Yeah, I don't think I would get into Fate. I would die of old age if you did the Fate series before Chaos. You actually have to heavy research the watch order? Gross. I don't want to do that. Cool story, bro. Cool story, bro. Honestly. Cool story, bro. People disagree over the order? Oh, good. People disagree over the order. Internet be like, cool story, bro. All right. I'm not actually considering getting into Fates, by the way, before we get confused. Don't get it twisted. So what are you doing, Chaos? The 10,000 subscriber special. I'm just kidding. We'll see. My YouTube channel doesn't die before then. I do want to take a small break from the Steins Gate visual novels for a bit. Like I said, we still got Fate is also not safe for work, so can't stream it. Ooh, actual sex stuff, you say? Hmm? You have my attention. But yeah, I want to take a small break from the visual novel such. We'll get back into it eventually. But I need to let it breathe for a bit. Give some people time to watch through the whole series as well. Because I know there's just so many people watching the VODs. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff coming up that I want to do still. We're already, like, pretty much in January in a couple days here. I want to do some Fire Emblem stuff. Fire Emblem Engage comes out next month. I want to stream that. That was really fun. I probably want to stream, I think, another Fire Emblem game before Engage comes out as well. So we'll probably be doing a mix of random stuff and some Fire Emblem stuff for the month of January. I'm sure I'll find some other games to do, but we'll probably just do some streams where we're like just chatting and hanging out and stuff. Maybe we'll do that Geo Finder or whatever, GeoGuessr thing, and do that as a stream. So I think we'll probably take a while off, and then come back to the Psy Adventure universe, maybe in like February. Yeah. I think like February. Are we doing Fire Emblem Awakening or something before Engage? Yeah, I think I'm gonna do Fire Emblem Conquest before Engage. Or maybe I'll do Awakening. That might not be a bad idea either. I think Awakening is super popular. I mean, that's a better idea, actually. Vibin, you might be right. You might be onto something there. I think Awakening is more important. Or more popular. We'll do that. It's got, like, Lucina and all the really popular waifu characters. I feel like everyone knows the, that they're a set order to do the Fire Emblem series. None of them are really that related. They're all kind of independent stories, much like Final Fantasy. The reason why I want to play some of the other ones before Engage is because Fire Emblem Engage has the protagonists of all the other Fire Emblem games in it. Which is like a unique thing for the series. The protagonist of Fire Emblem Engage is collecting rings that possess the souls of great heroes, and the great heroes are the protagonists from other Fire Emblem games. And not really any of the other characters from their game, just the protagonist. So, like, that is unique to Fire Emblem, but otherwise they're all kind of, like, totally disconnected. At least to my knowledge. Much like Final Fantasy. They just have Fire Emblem because it tells you what kind of game it's going to be. But for the most part, they're all just kind of their own thing. Yeah. I'm just reading some of these tips now as we go here. And we have a Steins Gate with the full story before it that's connected, yet doesn't indicate it is, yeah. Exactly. An American urban legend. What does the hater tip say? It's about, like people saying, it's basically the definition of a troll. Like some people who say, like, inflammatory things on the internet. To make people upset. Men in Black moment. This rewrites the thing. So me trolling is a Steins Gate reference, Pog. Operation Skuld. The final mission to reach Steins Gate, entrusted by Okabe in the year 2025 to himself in the year 2010. The parameters for the mission's success were as follows. Change the results of established events without changing the events themselves. Deceive the original Okabe. Deceive the world. Skuld is the youngest of the three Norns, the goddesses of fate in Norse mythology. The three sisters tend to the world tree Yggdrasil, which has roots in Erd's fountain. Skuld, specifically, is the Norn of the future, and also a Valkyrie. Cute. Shitpost is in here, that's funny. A catch-all term for posts with inane jokes, memes, and other nonsense. Dash ruining characters. Good. Not play Dash at all costs. Oops. Why sniff sniff a tip? Because Daru said sniff sniff to Suzaha. And that needed to be explained. It was a very important scene. Play Dash on April Fools. Vibin, I posted your meme suggestion and I got ripped apart for it. I still think it was funny though, don't worry. I just remembered I forgot to tell you. Because you came late. Does Dash spoil robotic notes? Well, according to Wandering, Dash just spoils your experience. So it might not matter if it spoils it or not. I don't know if I've ever done like an April 1st prank stream. Have I? I'm not that clever. Let's see, if I just search April. I kinda did one. I played Super Mecha Champion as an April Fool experience. You can count that. Was that April Fool's? Chair for 5 hours? Huge. I don't know if it was April Fool's. I just titled the stream April Fool's or something. I just realized my Steam Winter Sale stream got demonetized too. That's kind of a bra moment. Bruh. Chair stream? Just a live stream of Cubai playing Genshin in the background. Yeah, streaming my couch and just me laying down on my couch playing Genshin and then falling asleep. Chair, Jesus, my greatest fear. Play a chair game? Is there a chair game? I feel like there is not a chair game. If I search chair on Steam. Oh, there's a chair simulator. One of the games is like Danganronpa V3 apparently. What do you mean? Chair fucking simulator. Oh wow, that's... Wow. I wish I could unsee this. Why unsee it? I mean, I just wish I didn't have to have brain space dedicated to this. The tag is psychological horror. That sounds about right. You regret it too? Yeah. What, I think I just realized what I was talking about. I only missed 2 tips, but yeah. The clear list, it only says I have a... Oh wait, no, there we go. 205 and 207. I'm missing 2 tips. Kind of a bra moment. I wonder what 2 achievements I'm missing. The all tips, and then what's the other achievement? How did it randomly fix itself? Because I read them all. What is the hidden achievement I'm missing? I'm gonna try and get them, but I don't think anyone cares, yeah. Let's see. Steins Gate 0. This is driving me nuts now. Achievement guide. Oh, wait. In the achievement guide, it says the tips that are missable are 2 tips that I have, but not the ones that I've missed. What kind of guide is this? Oh, the other achievement I'm missing is 100% complete the game. Or get all other achievements. Fuck. So that's the one I'm missing. Steins Gate 0. So what tips am I missing? Missing tip 166. Oh wait, I think that is the missable one I'm looking at. Oh, 165 is the missing one. The missable one. Oh, I think it's just mislabeled. And then 99 is apparently missable. Oh, these are all fucked up. The guide says the 2 that are missable I have. Tip 101. Steins Gate, tip 101. Enclosed epigraph, you need to ignore the second call from Amadeus. Do I have a save for that? Oh, fuck, shit, fuck. Oh. Hey, Kubai. What? You're waving. I would actually have to start a new game for that. Because the earliest save I have looks like it's in December, and it looks like you have to ignore the call from Amadeus. Oh, ignore the second call from Amadeus. Wait, isn't that a route? Okay, and what's the other tip I'm missing? Tip 166. This guy's screenshot of the game shows that there's more tips. There's 206. Oh wait, no. Less. Interesting. Yeah. I think, this must be a thing that's glitched with the past. Or with the patch. Oh. Maybe I'll go back and get it at some point. They needed to add the honest tip into the game, obviously. True. Yeah. Snowing last week, storming this week. Welcome to the Midwest, baby. A classic Midwest maneuver. See you, Vibin. Have a good night, man. I have 70 hours of game time in Steins Gate 0. Interesting. How much did I play Steins Gate 1 for? 57. So Steins Gate 0 is a bit longer. 40 hours for My Darling's Embrace. Yeah, I still don't know if I'm streaming New Year's yet or not, but I am streaming probably tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow, for sure. But I don't know if I'm gonna have plans for New Year's. If I don't, I'll stream. I think you also had longer rants after endings, yeah. At least 20 minutes is Wendy's, that's also true. Never forget the Wendy's stream. I feel like I'm gonna have to go back to fucking get some tips to get all the achievements in this game. Do I have all the achievements in Steins Gate 1? Oh, probably not. Steins Gate 1 had a whole bunch of fucking text bullshit. Yeah. Missing a lot of achievements there. My Darling's Embrace. Ooh, missing a lot of achievements in there. Okay. Yeah, I think now is a good time to wrap up the stream. The final Steins Gate 0 stream. It's always tough when you're ending on a franchise instead of just a game. I've only ended a couple like full franchise playthroughs on the channel. Like a handful of times. This will be one of them. Well, I guess technically it's not, because there's still LVP, so never mind. We're good. Series, I guess. Yeah. There's still another Steins Gate game that exists as well, that I own, that I'll probably stream at some point, because I bought it, so I better. Or else I wasted my fucking money. Yeah. Thanks again, though, for watching, everybody, and experiencing the visual novel with me. I think the visual novel type games are the most fun to do on stream, because it's, I think visual novels and turn-based games like Fire Emblem are perfect for the stream experience. I really like being able to like stop at any moment, kind of like just think out loud with you guys and talk and joke around, so it's been a lot of fun. So thanks, everyone who played through the entirety of Steins Gate and Steins Gate 0 with me. I'm going to start watching the Steins Gate 0 anime, and I'll be talking about it probably in the Discord channel. If you guys want to keep talking to me even after the streams are over, of course, you can head on down to my Discord server where I'm always hanging out. Link to that description below, so we can still talk about all kinds of cool Steins Gate stuff and whatever else you guys want to talk about in my server. But yeah, subscribe, hit the bell button for more streams. Like I said, if you like me in this kind of game, you'd like me in the other game streams that I do, so please stick around, hang out, and chat in those other ones. Being able to chat with you guys is always what makes the streams the most fun. So, that's kind of why I do it. And yeah, drop a like on the video too. Cool. That's all I got. Have a wonderful night, you guys, and I will see you all in the next stream. Probably some more visual novel kind of stuff with Neon White tomorrow. I'm excited to play that. So I will see you all next time. Have a good night. And thanks again for being a part of my Steins Gate experience. Bye.